type.
For folks in the room while you're waiting, make sure that you have your notebook out, your pens out, beverage of choice, preferably one that will not get you inebriated by the end of the evening, because we want all of our faculties this evening. Um, make sure too that you have your laptop available and already opened to our innovatorsthinktank.com, obviously. They have all of the notes and agenda already there prepared for you. Hopefully, you've seen some of the tweets that we are going to be hunting and gathering this evening. And it's going to be a little bit different because we're hunting and gathering for ourselves sometimes, and instead of everybody else. And so we'll be on different paths during the course of the night. Similar paths, but different nonetheless. And so there are going to be some deviations, which means hair pulling and gnashing of teeth and, all of the swearing and muttering under your under your breath. But just be encouraged, because this is not an easy thing that we're doing. All of us are learning side by side. You're not alone in the journey, and you are not going to be left behind. So we'll figure it out as the evening progresses, as we've done in the previous. If you have any questions, comments, or concerns, you can always DM any of us, and we'll make sure that all of that happens for you. So please make sure you have your laptop up, that your innovatorsthinktank.com is open, because that really is kind of your compass, right? It's our roadmap for the evening. So if you get lost, that's where all of our hub of information is going to be. If you have any questions, comments, or concerns, just yell, wave your hand. We do know that you're on a laptop, okay? So I will do my best to try to spot you in the crowd as Alisher and Nick and Ross are fielding behind the scenes. And we have Cash Money Kev and Matea and Josh, all keeping an eye over the ecosystem and making sure that everybody is accounted for and taken care of as we go through the evening. The other thing too is that if you do have questions, add them to the purple bubble. That is a way that I can find you. Maybe sometimes it's easier if I'm ignoring you or I can't see you. You can tag me in the main timeline and I can see a pop up that way. Those are really helpful to put your questions there because they're attached to the space. You can also communicate in the Innovators Think Tank, of course, and of course also in the Discord channels. This is an omni-channel presentation, so you have lots of moving parts. We all understand it. Most of us are on our phones listening into X Spaces. So, let the games begin. I hope that each and every one of you have come here with a heart wanting to learn and the disposition willing to laugh, because sometimes things can be frustrating. Just know that we will make sure it gets done, and nothing is forever. You can't break stuff that we can't fix, and that's always a positive. So Josh, welcome to the space. Cash Money, I love you guys. Matea, Alisher, I don't know who's behind the tech in schools, but Nick and Ross, you are loved and appreciated. I do think that you're going to have a Morgan out in the wild
And
showing up
Sarah, what
there
I'll
as
what I'll
well.
have to say is we're gonna love to have you share some more and do that intro again, maybe at like 5:10. I love all of those
You're a
notes. I'm sure.
dork. No,
I'm no, I love it. I love it. I was just
that's right.
generally, if we kind of let maybe 5 or 10 minutes, I want everybody to be able to come in and hear all the amazing words that you have. So I just wanted to share, if here when we do the intro and when we start, if you want to share some of that again, I think it would be well
I
placed.
could totally
100%.
try. I'll make it up as I go along. But yes, I just want to. Dead air is very disconcerting to some folks. And I am one of those people because Twitter has been awful all day today. And there have been a number of spaces where literally half the room can hear and the other half can't. And, the dead air is always, oh my gosh, am I hearing something? Is it me? I'm going to, leave the room or I'm going to come back or whatever. I am one of those people. Silence drives me nuts. So I will repeat it in a few seconds or a few minutes at 7:10. but I am seeing the room fill up, and we do appreciate any and all reposts, and also questions, comments, concerns, what you're learning, how you're feeling about it. This is an experiment that many, 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 many underscore big italicized words are watching. They're watching in real time. A lot of companies that we have been using their services, whether it's Supabase or Vercel, they've come out of the woodwork because they like to see what we're up to. And Josh has set the table. It is a wonderful banquet of learning experiences. And then you've got the hard work of the whole entire crew. We always say Nick, Alisher, and Ross, but they've got a whole group of people working behind the scenes, helping them and making sure that we have all of these suites of tools. There are a lot of unsung heroes when it comes to this ecosystem. And I will say, too, humble brag, the timelines today were mentioning about Gemini 1.5 Pro as people getting access to it. And I am particularly proud and smitten with the fact that I've been playing with it for about 2 weeks, courtesy of my AI tutor. The tools that you get to learn here um, are usually first mover advantage. You have access to tools that other people do not have. And yes, they make people jealous. So if that's one of your motivators, that you love being, you know, the yuppie that discovers the band before everybody else, and that you have the something that everybody else wants before it comes out and in the mainstream, then yes, my AI tutor is definitely providing that for you. So I'm going to give the space a little bit more time to simmer, and then we'll go through the intro again, putting the mask on yourself before the people next to you, where the exits are, et cetera, et cetera.
I love it. And guys, take a moment for yourselves. Like and retweet the room. This is your third week being in this space, and a lot of you are dedicating a lot of of your time, your energy into making this happen. So like and retweet the room. Get more of your network into here. I know we're on week 3, but all the past weeks are on the site, so folks can get caught up. Here in maybe a minute and 30 seconds, we'll go ahead and start the third ever Build a SaaS from Idea to Impact. We'll do a quick intro, and we're going to get right into it. So those of you who have been here since 5 o'clock, hanging on tight, you guys rock. Thanks for being in your seat on time. That's well appreciated. Go ahead and like and retweet the room. We'll pull in the rest of the students, and we'll get rocking here in just a minute. Oh, and for those of you who are requesting the mic, guys, we will bring you up here in the next 2 or 3 minutes. I promise. I promise. So really great to see a number of faces, and those of you grabbing the mic, I promise the stage, we will open it up here in a moment.
To give folks an inkling, just so it's not dead air, because I am so OCD about dead air. Um, Many people do not realize how many people are working behind the scenes to make sure that this space is operating. We have this 10-minute kind of cushion, but you've got Luke working his magic with all of the sites with the Innovators Think Tank, an incredibly gifted person who is really, when you know what your superpower is and you are in the zone and you are doing the thing, every day is a Super Bowl. And so Wednesday nights for these guys, the coders, the slingers of tech, the random connectors of this, that, and the other thing. They are behind the scenes. They've got their little mics on. They've got their headsets. They're doing the imaginary numbers. They're looking like Top Gun with the big old flashlights, moving and pushing tin here, there, and everywhere to make sure that we have a class. And it does not go unnoticed. I mean, you have a seamless kind of front facing interface, but there are a lot of moving parts, and sometimes things go wonky. Sometimes you have the middle of a DDoS attack. You have all sorts of things that can happen. And, like I said, this is their Super Bowl. And so just a hat tip to the folks that are behind the scenes, making sure that we have our live stream and that it is hot, straight, and normal. They're doing the tests as we speak. And you have your agenda up. Highly recommend taking a peek at it. If you have not paid attention to the timeline and understand what hunting and gathering actually means today, this is your time to trying to cram for the quiz that's going to occur in a couple minutes. Um, this is the kind of stuff that you would write on your little index card in teeny tiny writing when your professor says you only have a 3x5 card, and all of a sudden you're writing all the small little crib notes to make sure that you can pass the test at the end of the night. Um, just know too that if things do not go according to plan, that you do not get the thing that we're supposed to have at the end of the night, that doesn't mean you failed. That just means that you didn't connect the dots in the correct way, and that Thursday mornings are where we have our postmortem and we try to figure out what the heck went wrong, what we can fix, how many people actually fell asleep during the Twitter stream, which has happened. They sit there and they're wondering why they have an indentation of the phone on their forehead, and the thing has not magically appeared. That happens. I can attest to that. Although I have not fallen asleep personally, I have spent the all nighter looking at my screen, just hoping that it would change, magically. And it doesn't. You have to wait till the next morning and say, Alice or Ross, I really fracked this up. Help me fix it. So, at any rate, I think I'm looking at the faces in the room and I'm noticing we're missing a few people. So if you can tag smoke, there's smoke. If you notice to your left and your right folks that you've seen in the last 2 weeks, especially, and they're not here yet, tag them. Be awesome. Make sure that they are aware. They might not have put their notifications on. But I think, after 10 hours with one another, 5 hours each night, we kind of get to know who we are, right? And we know who shows up. Be awesome and tap the glass and say, "Hey, Pocket Family, guess what? We have class." Sometimes that helps. For those of you that go to the gym, having a gym partner, I can tell you there's mornings where I do not want to get up at all. So having that person do that. I'm hoping that Josh is ready.
I'm
Josh,
ready to go, Sarah. I was
perfect.
letting you, chat for a little bit. I don't want to
Pasha.
cut you off. Anytime I'm stepping on your toes, Sarah, it's because we're dancing, not because I came over and stomped on them. So those of you who are back into the ITT, guys, welcome back in. The Innovators Think Tank. We are back on week number 3 of a 6-part series where we are helping you guys transform this SaaS idea to an impactful MVP and something that you can iterate on. And I just want to take a moment for those of you who are coming back. I see all familiar faces. We know what we do inside this think tank. We know that this is the place to collaborate with folks who have a different background, like the TSI. And these folks can help us unearth skills, insights, knowledge that can help us build and grow on what we're doing. And I love that's what the think tank stands for. And I love that's what we've been doing for the last 2 weeks. Now moving on to the 3rd week. I just want to set the stage on a couple things. Those of you who have gone to innovatorsthinktank.com, please make sure that you've connected your X account if you want to do so, or sign up. So that way you guys have the ability to, one, sync your calendar, but as well get into that hub. And that hub is a great spot for everybody here to go and showcase what you're working on. Start talking with other innovators. I know we have, hundreds of people in that Discord, but I'm really excited for the growth of not only the website, but the launch of the app, which will be coming here soon. Shout out to Luke. I know a lot of us are on our phones. We're not on the website. But take this moment, connect your X account, go on over to the hub, and whatever project you're working on, go and showcase it, put it out in the community, and take this opportunity for folks to get to see what you're doing. You might find somebody to build with, as Dave pointed out that very first week. Maybe collaboration can be the new currency deeper and deeper in your project. Look, ITT number 49 is this weekend on Saturday at 2 p.m. as always, and we have a jam-packed agenda. It is going to be a freaking awesome weekend. So for those of you who have not yet set a reminder, I put it up in the Jumbotron. Get on over there, set a reminder. If you want to pitch your SaaS product that you're building, this is a great place to do it. You can apply on the website, but on Saturday, that's the time to come and pitch this product. It doesn't have to be complete. You could be looking for more people once you get to this MVP stage to start iterating on it, maybe building a business around it, having more folks involved in the kitchen, so to say. So take this opportunity, if you haven't explored some of the Innovators Think Tank while you're there, to look at some of these amazing things. One note that I want to have, everybody needs 2 things open. So we have our X space we're all talking in right here. And then one other link in the Jumbotron is the Innovators Think Tank agenda that has the live stream, the weekly objectives, all the resources that you need for today. So those are the 2 things you guys want open before we launch in here to class in a moment. I think we're starting off with some questions that anybody has. It sounds like there's a lot of questions on the table. Obviously, the first week we were getting our ideas in order. We were starting to set up our machines. Week two, we were getting deeper, signed up into Vercel, into Stripe, into GitHub. I know there's questions out there. So let's take this opportunity. Anybody who wants to grab the mic, come on up here. We'll get Ross, we'll get Alisher, we'll get the whole crew involved. And these are going to be, recap questions and talking about week number two. I also think it's important for the tech and schools guys. We'd love to know where everybody should be as of the start of this class. And I think those are a good way to go ahead and segue into number 3 of 6 with building your SaaS from idea to impact here inside the Innovators Think Tank, brought to you and sponsored and led by the Tech and Schools Initiative. So I want to go ahead and pass the mic over to Ross, to Nick, to Alisher, to Sarah, and let's go ahead and get class going. I think, let's say it's in session as of right now.
Awesome. Yeah, I also think it's very important to see where we're at in terms of building out our project. So I think let's do a little review of both week 1 and 2. So week 1, for majority of the session, what we did is we set up our machines. We determined what kind of tech stack that we're going to use for our application. And in this case, tech stack refers to all the services and the type of code framework that we'll be using. So for us, we're using Next.js. That's the language with TypeScript. We're also using Supabase for our database and authentication and logging in. And we're using Vercel to launch this live. Now, what we installed in the first week were 3 very important applications. We installed Node.js so that we can run Node and Next.js code. We installed Visual Studio Code so we can edit our code. And we also installed GitHub Desktop on our computers so that we are able to sync our changes with our GitHub account. Now, in week 2, what we did is we started actually setting up our SaaS template. As most of you remember, we went onto GitHub, and what we found was a template straight from Vercel. So it's a first-party template that Vercel gives to everybody freely. It's open source, and you're more than welcome to start building on top of it. With this template, what we needed to set up was our Supabase so that our users can log in, and we also needed to set up Stripe so we can start processing payments. And as far as for week 3, we're going to continue a little bit with the Stripe setup, and we're also going to dive a little bit deeper into actually starting to build out our ideas of what we want our SaaS product to be, the actual function of that idea. So now what I think the best time is probably to open up the floor to any questions for week 1 and 2, because we have a very packed session today.
I love it. I love it. I see we have Smoke, we have Sharon, and then all the friendly faces here ready to build. Christelle, Cordell, Mr. E, Renan, back inside it, Rutro. I look at everybody ready. Kathleen, Dave. Guys, any questions, anything that you need to get clarity, now is the time to come up for week 1 and week 2. Any questions at all? And if you're on the PC, put those emojis up, wave that hand. Even if you just want to come up and tell us where you're at, what you're thinking, how you're feeling, let's get the tone set for class number 3. We're going to be here a couple hours, and I think we're going to make a lot of headway today. So I see a couple more people grabbing the mic. Cordell, Sharon, Smoke. Any thoughts, guys? Feel free. Okay, Cordell, I see a hand. Welcome back in here, brother. Always good to have you in the think tank. Let me say that, Cordell. You bring special energy wherever you go, and I love it. What do you got for us, man? Any questions or any comments for the Tech in Schools?
What's going on, Josh? What's going on? What's going on? It's beautiful to be here. Hello, Sarah. Hi, Sharon. Hi, Cash. What's up, Atia? What's going on, people? What's up, Ross? I am super excited. I had a thought a minute ago that was like, oh my God, I get it. Well, so it was because I thought about Supabase is like literally like a foundation, your like little foundational uh game board that you can set down. And then like you were thinking like, oh yeah, then you're a Stripe. It's like, oh, well, if you want people to pay to be a part of this thing that you're building that you have, like this is the next layer on top of that. So I started like thinking of all the sites and like, what is GitHub for? It's like the place where you get to store all these projects. And it's sort of like so I'm finally starting to conceptualize all the pictures of all the websites, and it's which is really helpful for me. I don't know if other people are more visual in general. I'm very visual. I'm a choreographer too, so that's why it's all visuals. Like, oh yeah, what does that look like? So I don't know. I'm really excited that we're getting even more help in building, not only building, but like understanding what it is we're building to, like, you know what I mean? All that there's like so many new parts, and so it's like people can be talking um uh, e- French when you're like, I have never learned French in my life. I know like a few words, but like this is so I think it's really interesting, super cool, and it's really cool to process and find new ways to learn and then like actually understand what it is that we're doing. So I think this, I hope that makes sense. I'm just very grateful, excited, and I guess the question would be, um, w- what what questions were going through your head while you what questions are going through your head while you're building? I think ask them. Most people probably same things too.
Also, really quick, I want to highlight one quick thing you said. Though your rants are always amazing, and I love how you see the world because everyone sees the world differently. But what he just shared is super important. It's called the click. When the click happens in your head and you start to understand what you see and you see the repetition, and you start to understand what you're doing, everything starts to click. So you guys should all strive to make it make sense because it does make sense. So you need to get yourself to the point where it makes sense and things click and you understand why we're using everything. So I just really quickly wanted to highlight that. But yeah, if anyone has any questions, even you, Cordell, this is a great time to ask them because we're about to move forward like a freight train, guys. So
One thing I want to say,
ask
it looks
now.
like we got a couple hands, but Dave, when I think about learning new things and then applying them to my project, I always think of, focus drivers and think about focus modes and what you're doing over there. And it's so interesting inside sessions like these, we're being challenged in real time to learn and then build. It's like builder standing, right? We're building while we understand or something like that. And I think that that is amazing. And guys, there's so much growth that happens in these sessions. Those moments of click and when it's all falling into place, I think has already happened over these hours. Dave, I see you coming on up. Would love to have you up. Sarah, and I'm so sorry I was stepping on toes in the first place. Feel free to unmute that mic. You're running the show. You're making it happen. I just was making sure we had the classroom all filled up before we got your amazing voice in here as well. You were sharing such gold, such gold. So don't let
Oh,
me hold
Pasha,
up what you're
that's
doing
okay.
here. Feel free
I
to
actually just
run it.
wanted to jump in. For those of you that are in the room, our friend Jonathan's grandma, she comes in and she's been here from day one. She has a migraine tonight. So if you guys can send up some healing vibes, she is going to be listening in on the recording. And I wanted her to know that we are with her and that I don't want her to stress. I don't want to give her a worse headache, that we will catch her up. And the fact that she would think to DM and say, "Hey, make sure you tell the guys, I'm so sorry that I can't be there tonight," means everything to me because it means that she actually is connected and she's connected to her family, her pocket family here, and she's connected to bettering herself and learning a new skill. And the fact that it's bothering her that she can't, just log off, um, is something very telling. Something is magical. Magical is really truly happening here. That there are folks that never believed in a million years that they could build something like this, and that they are going through the steps and they are tithing to themselves that time, that very important time. Um, Carving it out of their schedule and fighting for it tooth and nail to make sure that they can better themselves and improve their mind. It's the maker mindset. As an entrepreneur, you are always in a state of learning. You don't always know it all. You're always continuing that education and hunting and gathering for the information. And I just wanted to put it out there that yes, Jonathan's grandmother, we hear you, we see you, and we wish you well. May peace find you this evening. Mr. E has his hand up.
I don't have a question. I'll be super quick. I wanted to just say thank you. I had some problems last week. Ross was really great, with some DMs just to give some directions to poke around. I found two problems and was able to resolve those, get my SQL tables set up. But it was in Supabase. I could actually go in and see that, okay, I had the tables there, but there were empty, no products in my tables. So I could figure out where the hang up was. And that was through the work that the next day or afterwards that Alisher was doing. He was going back and forth with Bjorn. So I think it was Bjorn. I looked around, I don't see him here, and I didn't have his user ID. So if anybody wants to tag him, just because I know he's been steaming along with everyone. But Alisher, I just got to say, your guides and then the way you like walked through it and explained it and answered those questions, I was able to follow along on the recording, and I'm right back on track. So thanks, everyone. Hope we have an awesome session together. I appreciate it.
Mr. E, I'm so glad you're back in it, and really cool to hear that confirmation that getting the recording, getting the tools that Alisher and resources he's put out. That is amazing to hear. I'm so stoked. These guys are really good teachers, not only one-on-one, but in these big settings. Just a big shout out to Alisher, to Ross. I know you guys are running it, and Nick in the background, making sure everything's perfect. It's beautiful stuff. I don't see too many more hands. Please do put up emojis if you had anything. But Dave Meyer, do you have any advice for these folks? We're doing 3 hours of hardcore focus. It breaks every rule in the book, but we're learning new things while trying to apply them in some sense. But really, it is learning. Any like quick notes or advice for a tank full of people about to take this on?
Yeah. Look, we're not breaking rules. We're just kind of overworking our brains a little bit. Just be prepared for, tomorrow you may be a little bit more dull. And I do recommend every time you come to these to maybe take 20 or 30 minutes beforehand to just kind of let your brain recharge. It's okay sometimes, not every single day, but it's okay to go above and beyond the normal. What I would say is the fact that you have the Notion document with all of the step-by-step notes. Don't try to have everything perfected. You're going to retain some information by taking action, and then it clicks and you're like, yes, that's great. But also go back through those notes again, retry it. You can clone all of this stuff and do it a second time and a third time. And as somebody that not just, does focus, somebody that builds websites, it gets easier each time. So when I look at the notes, I'm like, okay, that's straightforward, but that's only through repetition. So like today is your first rep. And if you do it again during the week before the next session and you get better at that, you'll see where those small mistakes are and you start to build that little bit of muscle memory. So just don't be intimidated by it. It's okay. These guys are here to help you, and just reflect on it. And if you need to, like, take a break. If your brain is drained, it may not like highly focus for the next 3 hours. It's actually okay to step away for 5 minutes and come back, and you might, not be banging your head off a wall. What I would highly recommend to people is if we get to a point where it's quite technical, it's like DM Alisher, DM Ross. They're there to help. They'll jump on Google Meet and they'll guide you through that. But while you're waiting to get onto that Google Meet, boil the kettle or something. Take your mind off the problem, because you're not going to solve it by just constantly kind of running through the same thought and the same process. It can be really, especially with software development, it's typically, oh, there's a / missing. There's, you put a capital into this, and you may not see that because you're lost in the weeds right now. So if you do, send a message to those guys, send a message. I'm more than happy if anyone wants to send me a message, but like, used as a breather for your brain as well.
Dave, thank you so much for those notes. I know that you're, have studied this, you understand it, and you help distill it to other people in meaningful ways. I think that it applies right now at the beginning of class, in a very deep way. So thanks for sharing that, Dave. And if you guys haven't already,
Josh,
yeah.
maybe if this is helpful, maybe I'll try to think about something to do for Saturday's ITT that might help complement what we do today.
Oh, I love
for
it.
Next week.
I love it. I love the chaining of value there, Dave. That sounds amazing. 100% in for that. So look, I know we're right at 5:30. Those of you who have been in for the last half hour, I know it can seem like we're kicking the can around, but don't forget to have that website open. You have the live stream, you have the spaces here. A lot of good things have been put out. Let's go ahead and, Dave, I see you got a hand before I go to Nick and Alisher and Ross to start the session. Any thoughts real quick?
Yeah, just last thing, something that I've been talking about quite often this week, and I'm probably going to talk about it Saturday. What we're doing right now is we're crafting a sword, and all you're doing is banging a hammer really hard and shaping some metal. It's not going to be sharp. It's not going to be perfect. That's the intention of today. Just keep that in your mind. You're banging a hammer again and again, and it's not always going to be right. In future lessons, we'll start to sharpen that blade, but we're just getting a semblance of shape right now.
I love that note. I love it. Let's get forging away. If anybody's looking at the agenda, we're on number 3, finishing Stripe setup, configuring the customer portal. I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to Alisher, to Ross, and also to Sarah. Sarah, feel free, jump in whenever,
I
at
was
any
just going
time.
to jump
Cash
in
Money and
right now.
Mattia, no problem. Cash Money and Mattia, they will be looking out for hands. They'll be scanning the audience for people who want to come up and talk and anything like that. So Sarah, feel free to
I
do
just
whatever.
wanted to say thank you to Mr. E. Bjorn Free has been found. He's been summoned, and he didn't realize that there was class. So thank you for thinking of others and making sure that no one's left behind. That is something that is very special about this group. And kudos, because a lot of folks can believe that social media and especially social audio doesn't care about folks. We'll hunt you down. We'll stalk you down like an ex-girlfriend in middle school or something. I don't know. Make sure each and every one of you have your notebooks out, as stated before earlier, and your laptops open. There are going to be things that are going to fly over your head. Just take really concise notes. And what Dave alluded to, you are creating muscle memory. For any of you that have practiced martial arts, for instance, you go over and over and over those forms and perfecting each time. Your muscles learn by doing, right? So that's what you're doing this evening. You're hacking your own education and learning by doing. It is those repetitions, those repetitious kinds of actions, simple things like install or run, space and then dev. You'll start dreaming of these things and they'll just be mind worms in the middle of the night. It's your head actually decompressing and downloading that information into a stored memory as opposed to a fleeting thought, right? And as you get older like me, fleeting thoughts, you have to capture those bad boys and make sure that they are properly attached in ink to the pieces of paper, preferably in a notebook where they can't be scattered later on. I also wanted to welcome our 6 other listeners, maybe 7. Whether you are bots, just know that we treat our AI kindly. For those that are listening in the back end, you're welcome also. And so I just wanted to make sure that you're acknowledged and that you know that you have a place at the table as well. If you have any questions, comments, or concerns, even if you're listening anonymously, you can put questions in the purple bubble as well. So go on to greatness this evening. Nick, Alisher, it's time to go.
Yeah, and I just have to agree. It really is about repetition, a lot of it. I think the first week, what we did is we launched a website that didn't really have any EMVs. It was just a basic, your typical static web page that you could have edited into anything you wanted to. I think for the most part, most of us just changed the title. And week 2, we did the same thing. We launched a website that was a SAAS template using all the same techniques, by first getting it synced up with our local project and then running those 2 commands, npm install and npm run dev to run it locally. And then we again repeated it to set it up in Vercel and have it live. Except that time around, we added some services that connect to our app, such as Supabase and Stripe. And so this week, we're going to be doing something very similar. We're going to be finding an app. We're going to be, we're going to be setting up that app locally. Then we're going to be adding in the ENVs into the app, except this time we're going to keep going into the next week and the following week and actually taking a lot of the code from that app and adding it to our SAAS template. This week, we're also going to kind of continue from last week and finish up the Stripe setup as well. And if anybody has anything to add before we move on and start getting
Real
into
quick,
finishing up
we're
our
still
Stripe.
in practice mode for Stripe, correct? Some people may have been approved, but we want to make sure that we're still in practice mode so that we're not fracking anything up with Stripe. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely. We're still in test mode for Stripe. We're going to stay in test mode up until the end. And then after that, we'll show you guys how to move everything into live mode and change your webhook and everything you'll need to make it work live.
Excellent, Smithers. I see that Born Free has arrived. Just know that Mr. E was not going to leave you behind. Your hand is raised. What do you want to tell the people?
So thank you everybody for worried about me. Honestly, I was nose deep in my screen. And if I could share some wild news with you guys, initially I came to the table with a piece of real estate software I had built that the customer I thought had quit paying me. Come to find out, the main person that I was working for that I didn't have much contact with was actually paying me, but their CEO was scraping the payments. Long story short, me and him got together today, and between the real estate software I built, he looked at the portfolio site that Ross and Alisher helped me with a couple weeks ago. I demonstrated some other abilities today. He's hired me for 2 other projects. One of them is getting AI to look at blueprints and help do takeoffs and estimates, like how much sheetrock goes on this floor of a hotel, blah, blah, blah. And then the next project is he's got a roof software that we would like to use Google Images and set some vectors on the roof and try to come up with a roof score. So either way, praise to everybody in this room, because I now understand what Next.js is, Tailwind, the frameworks they are, headers, bodies, references, directories. I mean, I've probably got 250 hours in it in the last 2 weeks, and it's due to everybody in this room. And that's literally the only reason I wasn't in the space, is I was so busy coding and working with AI Tutor, I just didn't realize. So again, thank you, and thank you all the way around.
Let's go. I was gonna say the same thing. Let's go, Ross, Nick, and Alisher. You guys should feel like you feel a glow in your soul. I feel that. But Jordan, let's go. I hope you continue to use this knowledge to grow and help people and add value and satisfy your livelihood. Keep rocking on, my friend. Sharon, I see you got a hand up. Any questions or thoughts? And then, Nick and Alisher and Sarah, you guys have free open reign. Don't you dare raise a hand. It's all you. It's all you. Sarah, Sharon, any thoughts?
Yeah, I'm happy to be here again. I just wanted to ask regarding Stripe. I think you have to verify your account in order to go live. I didn't do that yet. Do I have to do that?
You don't have to, but eventually you're going to need to. So you can start the process because it does take a week to 2 weeks.
Okay, so shall I do activate account now, and it takes a couple?
Yeah, I would just let it go, and then we'll operate in test mode until you get approved.
Thanks so much, Ross. Thank you.
All right, Ross, Alisher, Sarah, let's blast off. Week 3, let's make it happen. Alisher, mic is yours.
Before we go do anything, I just really have to highlight what Bjorn just said. It's so cool, but we are glowing. But what's crazy is it's not the first time I've been glowing. This is something this happens all the time, and we're so excited that you took this seriously, because if you do, you can change your whole entire life. Because understanding how everything is built is the building blocks of how everything around you is built. So the thing you're learning is what's going on around you. So if you watch Netflix, they're on Next.js, on Vercel. And so you're just getting started. Literally, the sky's the limit, dude. Keep putting the hours in. You're going to get so smart. It's going to be so crazy. And if you take what I'm giving you today and you run with it, it's going to be crazy, because I got some banger GitHub repos for you guys that if you don't have one already, this is incredible one.
I have to jump in. I'm sorry, everybody. What's up, everybody? Y'all are doing freaking awesome. But anyway, Ross, on everything that you have been teaching so far, I have literally been 6 months ahead. I've done, all the Visual Studio stuff, looking at it, trying to program it, and I didn't have that gift of GitHub and linking everything together. I am so freaking amazed on how this crap works now. I'm just before it was Chinese to me. Now I'm just I'm blown away. I'm ready to go live now. My Stripe is ready. I need to get in business right away. I am desperate. Let's go.
Yeah, learning is so crazy, education, especially with this stuff. If you start to pick it up and things start to click and you understand why things are connected, you can honestly start building really, really very powerful, but also impactful software applications that can honestly both change people's lives and then change the world. And literally, it could scale. Go to stupidbase.com, read what it says when you get there.
Yeah, but
Build in a week, scale to millions.
yeah, well, look, my GitHub repository went from like 2 or 3 things that I put on there myself to like I've got it blown up.
Also, the live stream, I disrupted it. It's back up now because I had to like fix the setting, or else it would be kind of low res. So I urge everyone to be on live stream today. If you are just listening, don't do that today. Make today the day you're on live stream, because it's gonna get so crazy that you're gonna want to see the things that are being spoken about. And there's like 50 people in here, which is awesome, or something like that. But there's not 50 live streamers, and it's really important. Like, this is not about like being an influencer. Like, for me, like, you need to get on this stream now, because it's gonna be hard for you to follow. This is all gonna be new. Like, every part of today is gonna be brand new. So I urge you to be on the live stream.
And again, if you're wondering, how do I get to the live stream? Go to the Jumbotron, swipe over to the far right. There's only 2 things up there, and there's a link that'll take you right to that page. Feel free to put, any comments in the chat that is on that page. The resources are at the bottom. Our agenda is flowing along, but be sure that you're on that website. The live stream is ported to you guys there from Twitch with all of the resources. Let's do it. Mr. E, you got a hand. Sarah, I'm going to hand it on over to you to kind of call on folks as necessary. And then Cash Money Mattia will make sure that the stage stays full and we can recycle speakers as needed. But Sarah, I'll give you the mic and then let you call on anybody you see fit, okay?
Well, Mr. E, go right ahead. Answer
Yes.
or ask your question right ahead, and then we'll go ahead.
Super fast comment. First of all, Bjorn, glad you could be here. You didn't hear me say thank you for your great questions on the after party help the next day or whatever it was with Alisher. You asking those detailed questions go through it got me unstuck. And for Alisher and Ross, I think one of the things that finally unclogged the plumbing at the end for me was I actually had set up Stripe a couple of years ago, but then didn't use that platform. And I think I was using old keys. And right at the end, when I finally rotated my my keys, that might have been the final thing to get it working. So most people are just getting going with it. If there's the off chance you're using an account that's older or just for future reference, I just mentioned that. So there's always the rotate your keys and keep it fresh. Going through the Stripe guide is what made me realize that might be a thing, and I think that finally did it. So I'm going to step back down and follow along. Thanks, Sarah, and everybody else. Awesome.
That's your cue, Alisher. Fire away.
All right. So what we're going to do is today, we're going to start with finishing our Stripe setup. So last week, we set up the part where people are actually able to go in. They're able to select a subscription, select a tier, and they're able to check out. What we haven't set up yet is the ability for people to manage their accounts, to change subscriptions, to upgrade, downgrade, cancel, and everything else a person will need to sort of manage their subscription. Now, just so you guys remember from last week, the way this template works is essentially whenever you add a product, what you have is 2 options there. You would need to create first price for monthly and then second price for yearly. And each product in your Stripe account should correspond to each tier of subscription, right? Because each tier will have 2 prices, yearly and monthly. And that should automatically, since we have set up our webhook, we have set up our code to listen to different events from Stripe, it should automatically update on our website. Now, most of our websites will probably have 1 subscription, maybe 2 subscription tiers, but you could always set up the tiers later. We have the framework set up where it will work automatically. Now we want to make sure that whatever our customer sees should work automatically as well. Now, for this, I have a question for Ross. Should I stream this, Ross? Should I start a stream for this part?
Yes.
Yeah. So you take over,
Okay.
and then I stop, and then I can go back.
Okay.
So guys, if you're here on Twitch, on the website, if it's gonna stop, just refresh the website. It's gonna be right back. We're just switching location of stream. So hang tight, and the stream is going down, and you got it. You can stream now, and then I'll take over again.
Okay, let me refresh.
So guys, if you're on the website watching the stream, it's gonna end. Just wait 1 second,
Yeah,
and
you
it'll
get the
turn right
delay,
back on.
and then it should come back on, and you guys should see a Stripe screen. So for now, where we're all starting is going to be our Stripe account. So you guys all want to go to dashboard.stripe.com. And we'll give about a minute to let this Stripe stream from my computer kick in. And what you guys are going to see is I will be in test mode. Now we know it's test mode because on top we have this big orange bar that says test mode. If you have not activated your account, this is where you'll be able to activate it. There's a button right here, activate account. But for now, we'll stay in test mode because we don't want to accidentally have a live charge that doesn't potentially even pertain to any of the tiers that we're setting up. Okay, so in here, this is where we're starting. And give me a thumbs up if you're logged into your Stripe and you're ready to move on. We're going to go set up what's called Customer Portal. And this pretty much makes setting up any of the pages you need for subscriptions, canceling, moving tiers. They'll have these pages automatically set up. All we need to do is activate it and input some settings that will reflect our brand, reflect our platform, and the SaaS product that we're building.
Also, quick thing, everyone can see the stream, right? Because I see the stream, and it's Alisher's screen. So if you can't see the stream, let us know, but it's good.
If you can't see
You
the
should be
stream
able
because
to.
I have this on a different computer here next to me, what you want to do is maybe refresh the page, and then it'll pop up.
And for folks that are curious, make sure you're looking at the very top of your screen. There should be a rust colored kind of banner looking thing. That tells you that you are indeed in test mode. That's very important. So if you're trying to figure out whether or not you are, it has that kind of, it looks like a burnt orange or a Texas Hold'em kind of looking color for those that are looking for it. But just make sure that you're in test mode.
All right,
Go ahead,
so
Alisher.
here, where we're going to go is we're going to look for Customer Portal. There's a search bar on top, and most of the time, Stripe has a lot of different sections. They have a lot of products that go into their library. But for us right now, we only really care about a few. We only care about product catalog, where we make our tiers, and Customer Portal, where we're going to set up all of this account management settings. So it's going to be right here, settings, billing, Customer Portal. I'll leave this up so you guys can find it, but you can just start typing customer and it'll start popping in the results. Now, I know Dave earlier asked me a few questions that I think are pretty important questions somebody else might have. So here, what you'll be able to do is when somebody subscribes, there's an account page in our SaaS template. I have it open. I'm going to bring it in so you guys can see that as well while we're navigating to Customer Portal. Okay. And this account page has an ability to manage the account in Stripe Customer Portal. So it's right here, Open Customer Portal. And when you click that, that will redirect you to a page in your Stripe. And here I already have it set up for today's store. We'll go through the setup again. But in here, if any of you guys have AI Tutor, if you have Pixio, and you've ever switched plans or you went on and canceled to re-sign up for any reason, you would have ended up on this page, right? This is the Stripe Customer Portal. And in here, as a customer, you're able to see, what card you paid with. You're able to actually edit this payment method. You're able to update any of your information. you're able to see the invoices that are generated every month. And of course, you're able to update the plan. You're able to change from monthly to yearly and between different subscription tiers. So that's what Customer Portal allows us to do. And of course, cancel as well. And then we can go back. And I haven't set this up yet, but the idea is that it would redirect us back to our page. Let's see. Awesome. So we're going to navigate to our Customer Portal. And let me deactivate this link. And for most of us, this page will look something like this. So we have our settings here on the left. We have different previews we can choose here on the right. So you can see what the page to update the plan looks like. You can see what the portal homepage looks like. As you guys can see here on the right, looks very similar to what we have already seen earlier. So in here, in our customer portal, you want to click on this button that says Activate Test Link. Now, I was going to say Activate Test Link because we're in test mode. But besides using the test payment credentials, this is almost as good as live. So when you click Activate Test Link, you'll be given this link. So you're able to give this link to other people, but it's not recommended because this is not linked to Supabase. So instead, you want people to go in from your website into their account in Stripe. So as soon as you click Activate Test Link, it's going to start working, but we need to set up a few settings. So give me a thumbs up if you are in Customer Portal and you clicked Activate Test Link, so we can go through some of these settings one by one and see what each one is responsible for. So nice. I'm getting a few thumbs up. I'll give you guys a minute to set this up, but essentially this is how most products that use Stripe will manage any sort of billing, any sort of updating, canceling, and switching tiers. And overall, this provides a pretty good customer experience. We've had several customers in our AI Tutor and Pixio platform, easily switch between tiers, whether they want to upgrade or downgrade. They don't use some of the features anymore. And does anybody have questions while we're waiting for a few more people to get here and activate the test portal?
So even though we've activated the link, Alisher, we can still go through these settings underneath and they'll still change to that link. We don't have to deactivate and reactivate the link after doing these settings.
Yeah, you don't have to deactivate and reactivate. There's a Save Changes button in the top right that after we change some of the settings, you'll be able to click, and they'll update it live. Yeah, these are some of the beauties of connecting different APIs and different cloud services, rather than building something from scratch using code. You don't have to rebuild it. It will most likely connect as soon as you save the changes in that services interface. Okay, so once you activate your test portal, we're going to take a look at the first setting, invoices. Do you want invoice history and for your customers to be able to download and see invoices or not? And that will correspond. Let's go to my customer portal example. That will correspond to this section right here, invoice history. So that's our first setting. And for most of these settings, yeah, you want to give customer as much information and control as possible. The more information they have about their subscription, the less questions they'll potentially have for you. So then the next setting is the customer information. what information is the customer allowed to edit? Are they allowed to edit their information at all? So for us, this is a setting that we could mess around with a little bit, but in some templates, you might notice that customer information is also linked to maybe some of the things in the database, and you might not want to allow customers to edit their information just because it would create, it would desync with the database. The information that's in Stripe would be different from the information that's in the database. But for us, since our template pretty much takes all the information from Stripe, we can easily allow them to edit any of these settings. Now for us, there is no shipping address, of course, because we're creating a digital product. And there is no tax ID because we're not really using this field for anything. We're just charging subscriptions. So really the only things we care about are name and anything pertaining to either their account, which is email address, or their payment method, which is their billing address. So customer information, are the customers allowed to edit their information? And so you guys are able to see what that refers to in the portal. That's right here, billing information. And when I click update information, I'm able to pretty much change most of these fields. Okay, now the next field in here is payment methods. So important one, right from the start, the default payment method enabled is credit card and debit card. Now, I think also Apple Pay is enabled. I'm not able to see it, but when I go to check what payments are enabled, it is there. Looks like Link is enabled, and Cash App is also enabled by default here. But if you click Manage in Payment Methods, you'll be able to see all the different methods that are available to you, depending on what country you're in, or depending on what you yourself want to accept. So for us, we can start scrolling down. So we see that card is active. That's probably the most important one. That's going to be majority of the customers. We see Apple Pay is active. Cash App is also active. And I did not enable Google Pay. So if I want to use that, I can turn that on. And there's a bunch of other payment methods that are used by different countries. And then you have some of these sort of say layaway payment methods like Affirm and Klarna. So just keep in mind, depending on what country you will be in and depending on what you yourself want to accept, these will be different for you. You can activate them. Some of them might require you to go through a process to activate them, but the one payment method you will always have enabled is cards. So credit cards and debit cards. Okay, back to our customer portal. Sharon, you have your hand raised. Do you have a question?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, are there any other payment possibilities that you could add? Let's say someone wants to pay with crypto or so. I have a Stripe account, for example. Is that possible?
Yeah, I will interject here. So once we're done and this whole thing works, you can head over to Stripe, queue up their support, have them turn on crypto payments for you. They could do it.
Thanks.
And then you have to just, yeah, it'll work. You just got to do that at the end, and you must be activated, and you can head over to support. They have real-time support. So it could be 2 in the afternoon or 2 in the morning, and you can get help for
Thank
sure.
you.
And they do accept crypto. It's a new thing, though. So it's not enabled right off the bat. And you're so very, very welcome.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, I think we've spoken to Stripe support several times, whether it was cancel payment, because we're also very new to this building a SaaS and creating a subscription product. Does anybody else have any questions before we move on to the next option that we can add in customer portal?
I have a really quick question, and it's actually not to do with this, but do you have the Notion notes for today's lesson on the site? I'm seeing the second. Um, I'm seeing the second session, but I'm not seeing today's session. And the only reason I ask is that we do have some UK friends that actually need to go to sleep, and they wanted to make sure that they had the Notion notes before they log off.
Yep, I will add it in. It is not on the agenda, but I'll add it in right now.
I love you. I love you. Kit Kat Katie, that's for you.
Will anybody else have any questions while I edit the agenda? Oops.
For folks that are listening in, we understand that there's no perfect time zone, and never feel bad for chiming in and saying, look, I have no bandwidth left and I've got to sleep. It's perfectly okay. We do have a rehashing session in the morning where we go over it again, and it's distilled down. So it's not a 5-hour session. You can kind of plunk your way through it. And the Notion notes that are built around these lessons are really, really awesome. And they're just awesome to have to toggle your memory, etc. I actually printed mine out, and I have them in a notebook that's very specific for these kinds of lessons. Anytime I have a lesson with my AI tutor, whether it's the ones that we're going through now or our one-on-one session when you have your onboarding call, as you're learning each of the tools, let's say in my AI tutor or in Pixio, you want to jog your memory and understand what these things do. It's just like what Cordell had mentioned before, that magic moment where everything clicks, because now you see the way that everything is connected and how it flows. And I know sometimes that doesn't really come across at the first go, but you're going to see this many times over. And once you've done this, the pricing, the billing, and understanding how all of these things work with Stripe, that integration is going to be so much easier, because here on X, that's the only payment that they're accepting. So if you intend on, being an influencer, making money here on this app specifically, these are things that you're going to have to know whether you build out SAASes or not. You have to understand how people can pay you and how you can make sure to modify those subscription and tier models. So I just wanted to put that out there. Never feel guilty about, um, taking time to recuperate and rest, and make sure that you're in your best fighting shape, because we all have to do it. And, we're not supermen and women. We try to be, but, there it is. Go ahead, Alisher.
Yeah, and I was gonna say I did add it to the bottom of the agenda just now, and yeah, I want us all to use this agenda as sort of like a one-stop shop for everything we need for the week, right? For today's lesson and for you guys to review, so you're able to go back and either watch the recording, go to the link X space, listen to the space, and also be able to go to any links that you will need, any guides. Okay, so and yeah, guys, feel free to raise your hand. I am on the phone, so I do see hands when they are raised, and yeah, feel free to interrupt me. We don't have a lot of things left to set up in Stripe, so I'm gonna continue, and yeah, just feel free to interrupt me anytime. I am paying attention to my phone, and if Sarah, you or Ross, you guys see questions, just feel free to call them out. Okay, so we enabled our payment methods. Yes, you could enable crypto. You just have to activate and contact Stripe. They have amazing support. They're all about starting a business, create and supporting small businesses. That's kind of what their platform is built on, is allowing to do that with ease for anybody who wants to start charging for their product. So after payment methods, we have an option here called cancellations. And this will allow the customer to cancel their plan. And of course, you want to do this because you are charging a subscription, and this person will be charged every month the same amount. So they should have the right and the option to cancel the plan. Now, here, some of these are completely up to you. So do you want it to cancel immediately? And I'm going to zoom in a little bit. Do you want it to cancel immediately, which means their access to the platform will disappear as soon as as soon as Stripe processes the cancellation? Or do you want it to be canceled right before the next billing period, right when their subscription for that month is done? So that's up to you guys, depending on what you want to set up. Most places like Netflix or any subscription platforms, you typically cancel, and then at the end of the billing period, the user loses access. If you cancel immediately, then you might want to also offer an immediate refund. If you want to collect the reason as to why the person canceled, maybe there's some sort of an interesting feedback there that they have for you. You can definitely enable this. I know we definitely read the feedback of anybody who cancels a subscription to, whether try to retain that customer by retention coupons. This is not going to work for us. I think this is for a paid Stripe subscription. So whenever you guys activate and for their premium and to be able to use some of the premium packages, you guys can do that, but it's not necessary because there's other ways to offer coupon codes to customers. So right now, what we're doing is we're in cancellations here in Customer Portal, and we're setting up how the cancellation process will look like for somebody who wants to click cancel plan in the portal. Now, I just have it set up fairly basic and what any other subscription platform would do, which is cancel at the end of the billing period. And of course, you as the business, you get that $10 or whatever the subscription is from the customer instead of having to refund them. Do we have any questions about how the cancellations will work here in a Stripe customer portal? And of course, you as somebody who has access to the Stripe portal, you're able to help your customers out by whenever they call you for a support call, and you from the admin panel here in Stripe are able to also manually do it, cancel the subscription, and it will be reflected in your platform whenever they lose access or whether you update their plan and whenever their access gets an upgrade to see all the pages that are included in the other tiers.
Quickly jumping in, Alisher, one of the things that you should marinate on, just in general, once you learn how to do this, having this kind of template helps, right? Keeping track of each of your products that you're going to have is really important too. And, give your future self a gift of a lifetime by keeping track of all of these things, right? So, because Stripe is going to be used for many, many different things, having a set aside folder for, whether it's an Excel spreadsheet, whatever it is, right? Something other than just your Stripe, right? Something that has a big overview of all of the little side hustles that you have. Your future self will love you for this, right? Because there's certain things like, you know, you have expiration dates of certain offerings and things like that, and I know that there are other people in this room that are far more gifted when it comes to this sort of stuff, but I'm married to an accountant and I drive him nuts. He earns his keep around here by me not doing what I'm supposed to. So just think of your future self and think of all of those mundane little lists and, you know, password books and all of these things. Set them all out because I guarantee you're going to sift through these back later and you're not going to understand why you're doing one thing for another thing. And, but I do see that Dave has his hands up and I'm sure that he's going to fill you in because he is the
So I
organizational
would say
person.
before we go to Dave, one thing I do want to remind you guys for this specific project that we're creating right now, the SaaS template, you should probably not have anything else besides the SaaS, the SaaS product tiers that you will be charging because this template, once you start updating the prices to all your other products that are not related to this template, will also start pulling in those products. So what we set up
That's
in week
important.
2 is we actually set up a new account. I have it right here, this box. As you guys can see in my box, I'm just waiting for the live stream to catch up because this is very important. You only want to have in this Stripe account the 3, 4, however many tiers your SaaS product will have. Right. So awesome. In the live stream right now, if you guys look at this box that I have in my top left of the screen, you guys can see I have my TSI store, right? That is the store that we use to manage our AI Tutor and Pixio subscriptions. And you're not really going to find anything else in there that's not related to AI Tutor or Pixio. And that's very important because for this specific template, you don't want to accidentally start pulling in products that have nothing to do with it. I have my own developer account where, I'll put whatever. You're going to find hundreds of products in there because, I'm in the middle of a development of a platform that has to generate a lot of products. And then I have Wednesday right here, specifically for this class where I only have the 2 products that we set up. If we go back, it only has the 2 tiers that we have set up. So I have, let's see. So I have my test subscription and test 2. Right, we're playing around with setting these up. These are the only 2 tiers that I have in this account. So that's very important is that's one way for you to better organize yourself, but also not accidentally have random products pop into your SaaS platform. And
Alice,
go ahead, Dave.
No, this is Sarah. Can you explain why or how you would pull in other data just for folks that may not be familiar at all? Because I never really thought of that until you just said it. And I thought, ooh, that's definitely something that we should asterisk and put somewhere.
Okay.
Because
Yeah.
if we do, what happens if we do pull in? What does it just, I mean, I can imagine it causes a huge big
We'll
problem.
show you an example.
Thank you.
I'm right here in my Stripe. I go to product catalog. Let's say I continue using this Stripe account after I set up my SaaS product for something else. Whenever I click add product and I create a product in here, let's call this unrelated. Right? This product is in no way related to what I'm doing. And let's say this is also a monthly product that costs $10. Again, this is not related to my SaaS platform. As soon as I click add product, and I go to my platform and I refresh the page, I will see that unrelated product. So I'll wait for the live stream to catch up so everybody can see. Because we're not entering these manually using code into our website, into our template, these are pulled in live from Stripe.
Alice, sure. I think it's important that people know that you can set up more than one Stripe account. You're not setting up a Stripe account for your business and that's it. You're just setting up a Stripe account for this web app, and then you can set up another Stripe account for the next web app.
I would say
And then you can be
another way
more
to think of it
specific. It's
is a
not
store.
one Stripe account for one business. Yeah, exactly. A store. Yeah, instead of a business.
Yeah, that's, I think thinking of it as a store is a good way to think about it because let's say, okay, this is our SaaS store, right? This is our SaaS product. You could have a store that's completely separate from this that just has, singular quantity-based items, not subscription-based items, that could be a whole different Stripe account. But yeah, Dave is absolutely right. You are not signing up for a new account. Instead, what you're doing is here in the top left, you have an option to click the plus on the new account. And by the way, if you have people on your team, you're able to share these. So me, Ross, and Nick, we all share this Stripe account. We're all able to go into it and see all the information. But yeah, it's not a new account in terms of you having to sign up again, putting in your email and all that. It's under the same email, except you're almost like creating a separate store. Cordell, I see your hand up.
Yeah, question. So, as we're looking at the store, because I just did the same thing to mine, on my Stripe, and I noticed that I still have like my buy me a coffee or my eggs, or a lot of that's also inside of like when I pull that up. Do I need to make a new? It says new account. Do I need to make a new account for it?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So I need to make a completely new account.
You will need to make a new account. You will need to make a new webhook. You will need to connect the APIs again because it will give you new API keys, and you will need to create a subscription product again.
Well, I get it. This is because I've had this Stripe for a bit, and it has all these other things on it. Okay, I see. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, for testing purposes, you don't have to, but when you go live, before you go live, you would want to do that to keep everything properly separated, and so that you don't get any unrelated subscriptions in there. Because if, let's say, you have products and you already had monthly products, as soon as you edit the price, it will start coming into your platform. You don't even have to create a new product. You can edit the price of an old product, and it will come in, and you'll start seeing it.
Well, you're also future-proofing this as well. Like if you set up a web app today and it turns out to be doing phenomenally well, and then you sell the business, you give them the Stripe account as well. It's just one Stripe account for that web app. You're not giving everything across there as well.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, and it also makes it a lot easier to keep track of the monthly recurring revenue. So it's
Yeah, and payouts can go to different bank accounts and stuff like that as well.
that as well. Yeah.
What Dave said is so important too. Oh, I'm sorry, Alicia. Go finish your sentence.
I was going to say, if let's say you do set up like a company or an LLC or something, you could have it could be verified under a completely different name, completely different business entity than the other Stripe account.
Well, even as a developer, I mean, I'm not one. I don't play one on TV, but if you are basically gaining skills this evening in order to, let's say, sell those skills later on, right? Having separate Stripe accounts, I started thinking about that. I do have separate Stripe accounts, but I never really thought of it in that perspective. But keeping very good records is always a key piece of the puzzle. And when you start a project like this, making sure you have all of the assets, not just the Stripe account keys to your kingdom, but the domain names and everything, making sure that they're one package. I think I never really thought of that until Dave just said it. And I think it's really important, maybe something for your notes, that when you're planning these whole entire projects, to make sure from tip to toe that you've covered all your bases. And when you decide to exit and start, sell it off, that you have it as a complete package like that, that is separate from your own personal stuff, I suppose. Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, I like what you said. It's kind of like, yeah, take my business in a box and there's everything you need. But also what I said on the first session we done on this, with the potential to collaborate with other people, also having that segmented. Should you decide to bring somebody in, then you give them access to this Stripe account, and then they get to see all of the sales, and it's very, very transparent. But also, you're not showing them everything else for all of the other collaborations or all of the other individual projects you have as well. So I think it's kind of like, just think about it like I'm building a business in a box, and one Stripe account is going in there as well inside that box. But I have a separate business in a different box, and I have another Stripe account.
So smart. So smart. On many different levels, that's so smart. And especially for those of you that after you come to all successions and now you have something to actually sell, right? You're going to pitch it in Josh's space and you're going to have that all encompassing, wonderful little package with a bow in it. And it's really important to be able to segment it because good fences absolutely make good neighbors. A lot of you, I know, I'm looking at faces here that are in Web3. We mentioned pirate money and crypto, right? If that's how you're going to be paid and everything else, you have to be incredibly transparent, but also, making sure that all of those fences are put in place and that the commingling of funds doesn't happen. That's why each of those in those boxes matter. Alex Damsker can help you with those kinds of things too. But go ahead, Alisher, before we get on a tangent, because I'm absolutely smitten with this whole entire idea. Go ahead, love.
Yeah, I mean, I actually love that idea is just packaging the whole thing as a business and selling it off with all the cloud infrastructure. I think that's really cool. One thing I do want to add, to manage Stripe, I've been logging into Ross's Stripe account for years until a few months ago we discovered that we can actually share the store with other users and people with other email. So if you're getting a little confused in Stripe, you're not alone. They don't always make it as obvious. Okay, so we're almost done with setting up our customer portal. And remember, we set up the cancellations. How do you want the user to cancel? What does that flow look like? After cancellations, here in subscriptions is where we can link our subscriptions. So here you get a choice. Can a customer switch plans? Of course, for ease, we're going to enable that. You don't need to change the quantity. We kind of want it to be one account per subscription. There's no need for them to buy another subscription. But here, as you guys can see, I'm actually going to get rid of this. Most of you will have nothing in here. What we want to make sure is that all 4 prices that we set up, or however many prices, if you have 3 products, you're going to have 6 prices. Remember, they each have monthly and yearly. We're going to add those in. So that's my first product, test subscription. Then I'm going to add my second product in. And I think the per month is, it's not a glitch, but I messed that up somewhere. There you go. So I'm going to add my second product in. If you guys have 2 subscription tiers, you're going to have 4 products in here. I just can't add the other one because it's also a monthly price. It's not a yearly price. Now, some more settings in here. And this is, by the way, how you limit what gets seen. So if I want to see the update plan page, I can go right here on top above the preview, click.
Did we just lose Alisher?
That's what I'm wondering. I am not hearing Alisher. I think he has jumped down. I'm not seeing a live mic. Ross, can you chime in, love, so I can?
Can we read?
Stick me out for a second.
We found him.
It's so strange. When I went back in, I heard myself on a delay. Okay, so here we have our update plan, and you can preview what it will look like. Instead of having to go to your platform, you get this little window where we can see, okay, now I can switch between the 2 different tiers in here. And can't really click in here. But yeah, first, this is what we're going to set up. Make sure you set up all your price IDs and all your tiers in here so your customers are able to switch between them. And then you want to set up, well, how does this change take effect? Does the change take effect at the end of the billing period? So their current subscription will expire and a new one will start with a new price? Or does it take effect immediately and for that month, they're just charged extra of whatever the difference is between subscriptions. So here, if they upgrade immediately, they'll be charged $10 immediately. If you select the other one, they'll be charged $10 at the end of the billing period. So when the next one starts, it's on the new subscription plan. And of course, here you can also allow them to apply some sort of promotional codes. So if customer signs up and let's say you release a discount code 2 months later, are they able to apply it, or because they're already signed up, they can't? That's up to you to decide. We typically have this off because the typical practice is you sign up, you can't really apply promotional code unless you're canceling, and then the subscription service might offer you a promotional code so you don't cancel. So typically we would have this promotion codes option off, but it's completely up to you guys. Stripe kind of gives us that freedom.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Sorry. Under subscriptions, I think that's where we're at, right? Under subscriptions on shortcuts, or am I wrong?
Or what?
Are we under subscriptions, like under shortcuts? Because I'm trying to find out where this.
So you can click on subscriptions, and it will open a whole new little section, like a drop down. But yes, we are in subscriptions here. So this is customer portal, and you're gonna scroll down to subscriptions in here where it says subscriptions, allow customers to update subscriptions. And these are all the settings we're gonna see.
I don't know why I don't see mine. Does not look like that. Huh.
You just wanna scroll. And if yours doesn't look like that, it might be because you don't have products in here. So you wanna add a test product. And you wanna also enable, customer can switch plans. Otherwise, you will not see the rest of it.
So, it says create test subscription.
You're not creating a subscription.
Okay, so that's not it.
No, this is in customer portal. So in the search on top, you can look for customer portal, and that's where you're gonna end up.
Yeah. Settings, billing. Oh, I see. Got it. Okay.
As just a little reminder, we're in customer portal. You wanna activate the customer portal, and then we're going through all these settings: invoices, customer info, payment methods, cancellations, subscriptions, and business information, which are all the different parts of the customer portal that the customer can interact with. Okay, so just make sure to reiterate, you want to enable customer can switch plans, so they're allowed to downgrade or upgrade between the different tiers. In here, in the little search bar where it says find the test product, you're gonna add all the prices for the different tiers that you offer your customers. So you want to make sure that both the yearly and the monthly is in there. So if they want to upgrade their yearly plan to a more expensive tier or downgraded, they're able to do that. Or if they want to upgrade from monthly to yearly, they're able to do that as well. Here where it says prorate subscription updates, this is where you get to decide, does this change take effect immediately, or does it take effect next time they get charged, next time when the next billing period starts? And of course, you can allow them to use different discount codes or have that off, so they're not able to edit technically the price and apply the discount to their current subscription. Do we have any questions before we go into editing business information?
I'm not seeing any hands. I think you're good to go, love.
Awesome. We're almost at the end of this section, and then we're going to go into exploring GitHub and finding some cool projects. Okay, so in here, this is our business information. Similarly, you can click on it, and here we have a few options. We have the portal header, which, as you guys can see, is this heading here that we're gonna kind of used as almost like the store name. So if you have your company name, product name, whatever this SaaS platform is called, this is where you're going to add it in. Now, this redirect link is going to correspond to the back button that we see on the website, on the customer portal. So you want this redirect link to be your link, or let's say your live link /account. So they're able to get back to the account page whenever they're done using the customer portal. Right, so redirect link is the link to the account page on your website. And remember, this website is going to be hosted in Vercel, so it's always going to end in this .vercel.app, and everything before that will be a little bit different, but most of our projects are called nextjs subscription payments. So your URL should look very similar to this, but not exactly the same. You guys can set up terms of service. You can set up privacy policy. For now, we're not going to be setting those up. You can actually set those up on your website as pages instead of setting them up here. And we're also not going to set up custom domain yet, because some of us might not have a domain. Okay, just to reiterate, we're editing the business information. You have portal header. This could be the name of your product, could be the name of your website, your SaaS, and then the redirect link should be the link to the page, to the account page on your website that is hosted live in Vercel. And the best way to access this link is to go to vercel.com, find the project, and click to visit it, and then copy the URL. Now, after we do this, click Save Changes in the top right. It's very important. This is how the changes take effect. So Save Changes in the top right here. And once you guys save the changes, you have this information set up. Give me a thumbs up, because there's one more thing I wanted to show you guys here in Stripe before we move on, because a lot of other things you already set up when you activate the account, such as your billing information and your bank information. But there is one thing, one little branding option that we do not set up either here or while activating.
Alisher, before you take a breath and continue, I saw Sharon's hand flew up and then she put it back down. So I know she's questioning something. What you got, love?
Thanks so much. I have a problem finding that link. I see customer portal link, but I don't see any other link. What am I missing here?
There is it's called a redirect link. It's right under portal header.
So yeah, I think I messed up. I think I'm somewhere else. But it doesn't, customer portal link. No, that's wrong, huh? That's not where I'm supposed to.
Portal link is at the top. But once you scroll down to business information and click on business information, remember guys, you want to go through each one of these sections: invoices, customer information, payment methods, cancellations, subscriptions, and business information. So once you go through each one of these sections, when you get to business information, there's going to be a portal header, redirect link, and a few other options that we're not going to touch on just yet.
Okay, thank you. I found it.
Awesome. Remember guys, once you edit, very important, make sure you click Save Changes in the top right, the purple button. How many of us were able to edit majority of these settings? Let's do, you can give me a thumbs up, you can give me the 100 emoji. Awesome. So once you guys click Save Changes, here you're gonna notice one more link on the bottom. Right below our preview, whatever preview window you're on, it's gonna say, go to branding settings to customize colors and upload brand assets. So this is where we can upload our logo. We can change the color scheme of this customer portal, and I think a few more options in there. So once you click Save Changes, on the bottom here, under the Customer Portal Preview, click Branding Settings. I'm gonna stay at the link for a few minutes, for a second, and then we'll go to branding settings, and we'll see what these settings are all about. Okay, so in branding settings, and so you can orient yourself. This is in dashboard.stripe.com/settings/branding. Here is where we can further customize what our Stripe checkout will look like. So we customize what the portal looks like, and part of that portal experience is the checkout. Here we have the branding elements. So you can add an icon in, you can add a logo in, and then you can change the color. So for me, let's see what I can set up here. I'm gonna make it green. Why not? Accent color, orange. Let's see. Okay, so that's the pay button. And it gives you this nice little preview on the right where you're able to see what your window will look like instead of you having to actually go and check out the product. So depending on your swatches, depending on what kind of color scheme you're using for branding, you'll have a different color scheme here. Now there's a few more things here on top. You have email receipts. This is what the receipt will look like. The invoice. You have customer portal. So this is what the customer portal will look like with all these colors. It doesn't look too bad with green. You can see what the invoice looks like, and that's about it. You can see what logging in and identifying looks like as well. So once we set up these color settings and an icon, if you do have one, you don't have to set up right away, but just keep in mind, once you have your logo, you want to get back in here and you want to set it up here so that you have kind of like a unified brand throughout, whether people are going to Stripe or not. You can click Save Changes. Very important. Most of these pages in Stripe will have save changes. So Stripe doesn't automatically save your changes. You do want to click this button. And that should take effect almost immediately. And so that's how we set up our customer portal. If you want to check out what the portal looks like, go to your website. Now, you will need to sign up for your website. So you'll need to go through the sign up process, and then you can go to, well, I'm already signed up, but you can subscribe. And when you subscribe, actually, am I able to log into an account? Let's make a new account.
I think you're in an account because it's
but I want everybody to see what it kind of looks like, because this is not in the guide. There's Stripe test credentials that you can use to subscribe. You should not use your real card information here. But this is what our platform will look like. Most of us will see a page like this when we go to our website. You're gonna have your tiers here, have monthly, yearly. You have sign in, and then when you click on sign in, there's an option to sign up right here on the bottom. To have an account, sign up. And you can make an account, and this will work. This will send you a confirmation link. So let me see what Gmail I have available here. Okay, I have one. You're gonna fill out your password. You're gonna fill out your email, click sign up. You will be sent a confirmation link. So I just got a confirmation link in my email. Just like a real platform, when you're signing up, you want to confirm that this person is real, have them go through the confirmation process, and this is all powered by Supabase. And then from here, once you confirm, you can just click sign in and log into the account you just made. So that's how this little template works. So you guys can sign up for an account for yourself. Now, when you subscribe, let's test what our Stripe looks like. This is going to redirect us to a Stripe checkout. And as you can see, it's green. It's applying all those settings that I messed around with in branding. It has the logo that I set for the product. And then the test information to sign up for Stripe is just a bunch of 4.2s. So it's 4.2, 4.2, 4.2, just until you can't type in 4.2 anymore. And then for the rest of these, the information doesn't really matter. And then you'll be able to click subscribe. Sharon, do you have a question?
When trying to sign up, I get some kind of error code. It says email rate limit exceeded. What does that mean?
So you might already have an account. You might have tried to test sign up last week.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, guys, as we get more comfortable with these platforms, we're going to learn how to manage our
Hey,
users.
Alisher, just
Yeah.
I'm interrupting and I hate doing that. Mr. E had sent me a DM behind the scenes. I don't know if he's able to speak, but he had a very good take on Cordell's issue, and I just wanted to make sure. I know we kind of passed it already. It's a little bit past, but if Mr. E can come off mic for a second and explain what he discovered for Cordell, that would be cool. Mr. E, can you come off mic or no? All right, so I'm going to find it and I'm going to read it out loud. He said, for what it's worth, I think Cordell's trouble earlier going direct to link in Alisher's top bar was the easy way. So the dashboard.stripe.com/settings.billing was going to test at first. So that might have been where the streams were crossed, Ghostbuster style. I don't know if that helps you, Cordell. Did you finally suss it out?
I think it's just that I already have a Stripe, and I was just in the wrong space earlier. But I think I'm fine now. If there's another issue, I will ask about it. But
Cool beans.
yeah.
I just want to make sure that we're all hot, straight, and normal, because sometimes it's just the weirdest things that you'll start to think about and then you'll start to doubt. And then the time has passed. And it's very easy for me to just say, hey, by the way, I'm going to play the bystander that doesn't know anything and just kind of spit out random stuff to help everybody.
I think for that issue, Stripe has a lot of pages. So there is a subscriptions page, but there's also a subscription section in Customer Portal. So that's, I guess, a little bit of a verbiage mix-up as well. And when that happens, I mean, they have so many pages. I only know like 3 or 4 of them. And the easiest way to get to something is there's a search bar on top. So you can always just search Customer Portal.
It is an ecosystem that is very robust, right? There's a lot there because it encompasses a ton of different business models, a ton of different, ways of doing things. It really is kind of one of those things that you have to know the secrets. It's like when I ask my AI tutor, I'm like, can you suss this out for me? Because I don't know Windows. I'm a Mac person. And it's a beautiful thing because it susses out backdoors that you don't know. Incidentally, my AI tutor does know Stripe really well. So when you get lost, you can say, hey, in Stripe, can you help me find and navigate XYZ? And it usually does a very good job. Just by nature, it just has a way of sussing out things like that. So it's something to tuck away. Go ahead, Alisher.
Yeah, but the search on top, lifesaver, because what you see here in this menu is probably not even 10% of Stripe. I just clicked on more and immediately there's just product, page after page of some other feature of Stripe that we're probably not even going to get to at any point, that we even haven't explored after, running a SaaS platform for over a year.
Cordell, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's the page I was on. That's why I was really confused earlier. I was like, this is a lot of different. This subscriptions page looks really different.
And I know what you mean, because I got confused the other day when we were trying to manage different products, and products aren't products. Even though the product is a subscription, it's not in subscriptions. Subscriptions is when somebody actually signs up and something that's active and connected to a customer. Yeah, I was working with this the other day, and it's confusing even me.
I don't feel so bad now if it was confusing you. I do have a question. One more question though, if y'all don't mind.
Go ahead.
I'm trying to. Okay, so I'm back to where I am trying to add yearly subscription, a yearly product now, because I still have like the one product that's on here, but I don't know if I needed to go back into Vercel or Superbase or what to
No,
add.
you don't need to go back into any of that. All you need to do is, let's say, here's test 2 that I have. Here's a product, test 2. I go into test 2, and there's 2 prices in there. If you have only one price, you can click add another price. So I actually have this price right here, 200. That's a monthly that I accidentally created. So I'm going to delete that. And then here I'll add the yearly price. So each tier of subscription is its own product with 2 prices. And billing period is what determines whether it's monthly or yearly.
Oh, I see. So
There we go. Now I have 2, and this will automatically update in your website. You don't need to go to Superbase and change anything. You don't need to redeploy in Vercel. This is pretty synced up.
Okay, so let me do this one more time like that. So that actually made sense. We'll go back into subscriptions.
Products. And then, yeah, you would go back to customer portal if you added a price. And if you want your customer to be able to use that price and change to it, you want to be adding it in subscriptions and customer portal. So right here where I'm missing one of the yearlies, I would add the one that I'm missing.
So, okay. I see I see customers can switch plans. Customer can change quality of their plan.
So as soon as you enable customer can switch plans, you get an option to add different prices and different subscriptions here, different products, so to say.
So, okay, right. So I have that. So I have the product that I already have, but it's not giving me an option to add another price.
So you see find a test product. If you have a price already in the product, you'll be able to see it here and find a test product.
Yes. So I already have the one. So what I'm saying is, so I have the one, and I guess it says that for a month, right? But then when I look at it to add, if I want to add another tier, I don't see that option. Just the now I just have my product on here, the one that says 10 per month.
So yeah, so there's find a test product right on the bottom. And just like how you added the monthly, you can add the yearly. And if you don't have the price in there, then you want to go back to product catalog. You want to go to that product, that tier, and add a yearly price if you don't have one. If you don't have the yearly price in there.
Got it. Understood. Payment catalog. That's where I need to go then. Okay, thank you. That was helpful.
Awesome. And yeah, guys, so just make sure you have 2 prices already set up in your product catalog for monthly and yearly for each product. And product for us will correspond to a subscription tier that the customer sees. Now, back to where we were checking out right? You want to sign up for your own account on your SaaS platform. You want to check out, and you're going to end up using this card number that has just 424242 the whole way through. Whatever information you put after doesn't really matter. It could be whatever test information. It doesn't have to be a real address, doesn't have to be a real name. It just needs to be an expiration date in the future somewhere. Doesn't matter what the security code is, and then we can just click subscribe, and then this will get the gears rolling, and it will give you a test subscription. And it's going to be something that's reflected directly in your website. You'll be able to see this on the account page. Oh, I think I was in the wrong one. Yeah. And if it takes you to localhost 3000, what I suggest is just go through some of these settings again and see where you might not have a link, or where it asks you for a link and you haven't included one. And now in here, once you subscribe with the test credentials, you'll see your plan. You'll see $10 a month or whatever your plan is. And then I can click Open Customer Portal, and I'll be redirected to Stripe Customer Portal with my theme colors, the name of my SaaS product, and I'll be able to change plan, cancel plan, edit whatever settings I enabled the user to be able to edit. And then, yeah, this doesn't redirect yet. Then we can just go back and, yeah, back to our platform. And now what's also interesting, when we go to pricing, well, it actually no longer says subscribe, now it says manage, because this platform also reads whether or not you have an active subscription. So if I was to cancel, let's go back to our account, and you guys can play around with this, and you can test the portal. You can see if changing the subscription does anything. You can see if canceling the subscription does anything. So I'm going to cancel. It's going to tell me, okay, well, we have a setting set up where the cancellation will happen at the end of the billing period. So my cancellation will actually occur on May 11th. So even if I click cancel right now, I will still have access up until May 11th. And now it's asking for a reason. Well, $10 just too expensive. There you go. So now it says that it's canceled. If I go back to my website, it'll still probably say that you have subscription, you still have access, but after the billing period is over, it'll be it. No more access for me, unless of course I renew. All right. Do we have any questions? This is pretty much how we set up the customer portal. Just to reiterate, the biggest thing we set up here is we went to our Stripe, we looked for customer portal. It's in settings, billing, customer portal. And you want to activate the portal, and you want to set up all these settings here. Once you're done setting up these settings, you're going to click Save Changes, and the customer portal should automatically work whenever somebody signs up and wants to edit their subscription. Now, let's take some questions. If you guys have questions before I hand it off to Ross, and he takes you through looking into GitHub and finding the projects that you guys will need to realize your ideas. Okay, was everybody able to set up the customer portal? Give me a thumbs up. Okay, I'm seeing some trickling in. Awesome.
I'm looking at folks down in the audience. I didn't see any thumbs up, so I'm just kind of looking at all of the names. I just wanted to make sure that we are seeing you, just so you know. And even the 5 listeners that are hidden, Thank you guys for the thumbs up. It's just one of those things that we want to make sure that everybody's on the same page. And I know this kind of can be monotonous for some folks that are very familiar with Stripe, but even going through it a second time, finding out new features, it's like continuing education. You are really exercising your muscle memory and understanding, oh yeah, maybe I haven't done this in a while, or I set up an account 5 years ago, or whatever. Those are all things that are very helpful. And the other thing too is that in doing these exercises, what you're doing is you're also learning how to teach twice. So you're going to help somebody else along the way, because that's what we do around here. We pay it forward. And in teaching somebody else the skills that you've learned this evening, you're going to solidify it even more. So I am looking forward to hearing Ross. I'm not seeing any other hands or waving or any DMs, so I think we're good to go.
Awesome. And yeah, guys, keep in mind, you can always DM me, you can DM Ross, and tomorrow we are going to have a review session. I'll spend maybe 15 minutes just reviewing how to activate the customer portal and what each setting means. And also the step-by-step guide, it does explain majority of the settings that we need to enable and what they mean. And yeah, I'm going to give it to Ross to take you guys through the world of open source and to start finding some code that matches your idea, that matches what you want to do and what you want to build the SaaS product into. Take it away, Ross.
So before I override you, did you stop streaming?
1 second. I did not end the stream yet. I'm ending it
Fine.
right now. Just ended.
Okay, cool.
Yep. And I can confirm I see it as ended on my screen, on my second screen here, my second laptop.
Also, we will not be doing anything with Stripe as of this point with me right now as we move forward. If you have Stripe questions, come up to the stage right now. Alistair is here. He can answer any quick question that you have. But we are actually moving to the next phase, and we will not be on Stripe.com right now. Okay, no questions. Nice.
Make sure you're refreshing your screens too, just in case, because it does freeze up.
Yep, it'll freeze out, guys. Join the stream. You will need the stream. Make sure you are here with me right now, live. We're switching from Alistair to me. All right, so guys, we're gonna have like a little chat really quick. So I need to know who did their homework. Who did their homework? Emojis if you did your homework. If you did not do your homework, we'll have an emoji situation for you. Don't worry. But if you did do your homework, put an emoji right now. Did you guys do your homework?
What was the homework? Did I miss something?
Oh, you definitely missed something. The homework was to find GitHub repos. If you're clean slate right now and you got nothing and you didn't do your homework, I got something for you. Don't worry. You're coming up next. But if you did your homework, give me emojis right now. And if you hated your homework and you found that process painstakingly difficult, give me emojis too, because you tried. And that's cool too. You definitely get points.
There's also brownie points for folks that tried to do their homework and then went down rabbit trails, because there's so many really cool things on GitHub. So I will give
Yeah, I
you a
just call it
1-800
like,
So went
justify.
down rabbit holes.
yeah,
There is a
like,
1-800
guys,
justify. You might not have found what you're looking for, but you definitely found something
for real.
interesting, right?
I call it lost in translation. When you get too far in GitHub, you just get to a point where there's no turning back. You're in that dark cave, your flashlight ran out of batteries, and you're like, what's actually happening in life right now? I need a coffee. And then you need to restart because that's how it works. So, who did their homework? If you did your homework, I want to hear from you actually before we continue. You need to come up and be speaker. And if you're not if you're a speaker right now and you didn't do your homework, don't be speaker right now. We need speakers that did their homework. I want to hear from people. I want you guys to connect with each other a little bit for like 5 minutes, and I want to hear what you guys did. This is collaborative, and you guys are learning. And if you don't get to voice your opinion or tell us what you did, other people can't learn from it. Because the way I do it, I'm going to find the best GitHubs, always, really quickly. But you guys are not. So I want to hear from you.
I'll start it out. What was really fascinating for my exercise, I've played on GitHub a little bit, right? So I was kind of understanding the navigation and, trying to understand it. But what became really apparent to me was our first lesson, when we were all giving what project we wanted to create, and you were giving the thumbs up or thumbs down because you kept thinking, I have to think through that lens. Is this possible? And I realized when I was looking for various repos, I was looking at it and going, wow, the thing that I originally had in my head was either A, far more complex, or B, maybe it wasn't a great idea because a bunch of other people already had it, and so I found myself editing my idea and actually modifying what I was thinking about, which was not what I was supposed to do. But in essence, I mean, I took more notes in looking at various things than I had ever imagined I would, because I didn't really realize how many things were actually out there and how many things you could riff off of in a much more efficient way than trying to reinvent the wheel. And for me, that exercise was absolutely priceless. It was time well wasted, as they say, because I thought to myself, wow, I my idea was so obsolete by the time I had scrolled through, because somebody else had thought it through in a much better, more concise, more efficient way. And I just looked at it and went, wow, this is damn near perfect. I don't need to modify it in any way, shape, matter, or form. But it definitely helped hone my own understanding of what I'm asking. Good questions. Go ahead, Dave.
And Dave, yeah, he can talk in 1 second. He can always talk, but I just need to reiterate. This is the last warning you're going to hear from me because I'm not going to be repetitive. We have a lot to do. If you're not on live stream right now, you're going to be lacking in what's going on there. Because we're going to be actively searching GitHub repos and showing you how you should be searching. So please hit that live stream right now. If you've been just on audio or you didn't make the switch from last live stream to this one, refresh that page. Go to the Innovators Think Tank website. Get on stream. You need to be on stream for what we're about to do next. Dave, please ask away.
Oh, I cannot wait for you to make GitHub search easier for me. It's so frustrating. Exact word searches, no fuzzy search. Yeah, kind of similar to Sarah. I went down some rabbit holes, but I think I'm quite intentional when I'm project focused. I always ask a question of how or where will I use this right now? And if I can't use it, I literally just saved it to the Notion document kind of later on. Like that's like, treats that you can look into later. What I did find I had to do when I was looking at my idea was there was nothing kind of out of the box there. So I had to use what I call up, down, and across thinking, kind of going up a level further. Is there something else that's already being built that, may have some of the components I have, or going a level down, which is, well, I'm building a quotation app. What do I need for the quotation app? I need somebody to approve it. So I needed somebody to fill in a form. So then I started looking at forms and stuff like that because I know they're an essential piece of what I have. So I kind of found small bits and pieces, but to actually decipher which one is absolutely amazing and which one is a piece of trash, I'm looking forward to how you can help me with that.
I have one thing I want to share with you, Dave, my friend. I think I shared something last week, but I just shared it again and tagged you in it so that you have no excuse now. So, like, if you don't see it, like, I don't even know. But look at what I shared. I shared a thing for builders, which is all of us. And I tagged you in this one just so you see it. This is, like, really cool, actually. Do you see it?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
This is open source, dude. I saw that and I'm like, yo, this is what Dave wants. Dave needs this. You can probably make a few
Yeah.
small changes, Dave, and your whole entire app is built.
Yeah, change the word invoice to quotation, and I'm done. Yeah, I kind of
Dave,
like
do
it.
you see the power of open source, my friend? Oh my God. I know you know about it, but like, it will never be like old news, and it'll never be an old feeling for me to see like open source just like win.
Can I kind of like really annoy your brain now and go
Sure.
specific? So I want a PDF at the end. I have a lot of customers who are like, I need a PDF for approval, but how I sell is options. It's not take what I'm giving you in a PDF. It's like, build your own quotation. Check this box, check this box. That's where I make a ton of my revenue, is optional extras. It's add on,
Yes.
add on. Would you like the shiny extra?
Yep. So I will tell you for sure. In this process, during this session, I know you're a seasoned engineer, so you're going to understand this. We have just did a soft launch today without a major announcement of Gemini 1.5 and AI Tutor. And we're slowly moving it, and it's available for everyone as of right now. And we're slowly putting it in all the apps. But um, if you just paste the entire code, like each page one after another, and just like, we're going to talk about how you do this, and it's so easy, but you just name the page at the top in a comment, like // and then you can give it all the pages and just tell it what you want it to change in this open source app. It will make the changes and you'll be good to go.
So
Like,
so
this
you
is,
would paste the content of the actual each
yeah.
file rather
And the
than
best
uploading
part,
files.
yeah, and we're going to do all this live. So like, what you're going to do is, with a million contacts, Dave, you can paste every single page, like not just one. And
Yeah,
then you,
I'm down for this.
yeah, dude, like, you're gonna be able to alter that app that you just forked, right? And you're gonna make it do what you want, because that's the power of GitHub and AI together. But let me tell you, Dave, I just got you 85% there, I feel like.
Ross, before you continue, Beyond Free has his hand up, but I also wanted you to make mention and have in the recording how
Oh,
important it is about the disappearing. Um, you know,
yeah,
yeah,
I'm gonna talk about that
and
right
the
now, actually. But before,
ephemeral nature of them.
yeah.
Okay, Bjorn, go ahead, love.
Oh no, he was just wanting to talk about the
No, no,
GitHub stuff we had
tell me,
found.
tell me.
Oh, I
No, tell me right now, and then I'll hit that. Tell me your question, please.
oh no, it wasn't a question. I just had it up to go next. Where you were just saying, mention the GitHubs that you had found or the repos you had found, and I was just going to go after Dave, but no, Dave's was much more interesting. Go back to that.
You know, really quickly too, one of the things that Dave said and Bjorn said that I think is really important. I noticed that when I was searching through these repos, um, because we spend so much time with one another here and we toggle around the ideas, I kept looking at it and going, wow, this would be awesome for Dave, or wow, Ross really needs to see this, or wow, this is definitely something that Morgan really needs. And what I realized is that sometimes you might not be realizing that it may not be about you at that particular moment, that you thinking about other people that are in this audience and their needs, you are actually honing your skills in terms of identifying pain points and offering value propositions. Because what you're doing is you're saying, hey, by the way, I'm actually thinking of you and your needs, and I found something for you. And it was a really interesting experience, because I have noticed that with some of the kids that I work with too, is that they might not know what they're looking for, but when they are finding things for people that they care about, they're ending up learning a whole new skill of networking and collaboration, which is very, very important when it comes to this ecosystem. GitHub values folks that share and make notes and help other people. You actually gain a reputation, and it's a skill set that a lot of people have to learn because they don't really readily understand open source and that kind of hat tip to one another. So it is a valuable skill. But go ahead, Ross, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Uh, no, you're never interrupting, because, like, guys, sometimes I can get a little crazy and I can start talking tech, start talking code, and just drive everyone into the forest with no guide. And Sarah comes here and she's like, "Wait, what did you just say? Like, can you do that like again? Just like, but wait, but in English." And that's really important. And the thing is, like, when we work with organizations or schools or anyone really, we really take this into consideration, but sometimes it's hard when you're building, and especially in a space like this where there's like so many people, it's really important that everyone follows. And sometimes like it's really hard to like remember this when you're like in the weeds building things. So it's really important. And guys, if you didn't do your homework, like, okay, so first, not good, but you need to take this seriously, because if you do, you can gain a whole new entire skill and change everything about what you're doing if you understand and it clicks. But without doing your homework, the next phase won't click. So I'm just gonna like, let's see, random tests, live stream. Okay, so there's 20 people on the live stream. That means there's a lot of people that are not seeing what I'm seeing, which is okay. I can't force you. But again, this is my last and final warning because we have a lot of things to do. Go on the live stream. You're gonna be not understanding what we're talking about. But if you're not looking at it and you're like, I'm gonna watch it later, that's fine too. But if you're real time doing this, you need the live stream right now. We're gonna do stuff that is so visual that you need to watch. So, without further ado, do you guys see my screen?
Yeah, when I click on it, it
Sarah,
took
do
me
you-
to Twitch.
As long, are you seeing my screen though?
Yeah, it's still on Stripe. Explore, purple button.
Nope. Right now it's on GitHub. Does everybody see GitHub? Who does not see
That's
GitHub?
a negative, Ghost Rider. I do not.
So what you
So-
want to do is you want to go to the ITT website. You want to go to the agenda for today. And if you're already on that page, just refresh it. Because you might be playing a recording
got
now.
Got it.
You're still on the Gemini chatbot in GitHub, right?
Yes. Yep. If you see Gemini chatbot, you're in the right place. All right. So we ready? Guys, if you're not on the stream, get on the stream. All right. So a lot of things happened today. So before we even go into anything, first, what I need you to do, and this is so important, if you don't do this, I actually really can't help you. Like, because I can't see what exactly you're doing. So this is like your opportunity to get help. So what I need you to do is you could make 3 comments in this space. You could make one comment after another. You could put it all in one. I need your GitHub repos. Post your GitHub repos now, like right now, in spaces in the purple pill or whatever you want to call it. I don't care what you call it, just post it. I need to know what you guys are thinking. And I don't want you to raise your hand and tell me, because search sucks in GitHub. Like, I need a repo or it doesn't exist. Give me a link.
How do we get our link?
If you go to your GitHub that you chose, copy the link that's there, post it in the purple pill. If you don't do that, I actually can't see your code. And I can't tell you if it's possible. So if you don't do this, this is
So
going to
this is
stop.
before people fork, Ross, yeah?
Yeah, like I need to
Yeah.
see what you're thinking. Like this is not like a class where you're going to like upload your assignment and your homework. Like if you don't communicate with me, I don't see it. Also, please don't DM, because that's not helpful for anybody. Mainly because sharing repos is part of the thing. Open source is sharing. Sharing is caring. You hopefully learn this in kindergarten.
And
If you haven't learned it in kindergarten, I'll teach you now. Sharing is caring. Share your GitHub repos, please, now.
one more thing, I'm seeing some of you post in the repos here in the replies. As I'm looking at some of these repos, some things you want to be, I guess, a little aware of. The repos you're looking for are TypeScript repositories. So when you're in a search, you want to filter by TypeScript, because the framework that we're using is Next.js and TypeScript. A few other things. Try to read the descriptions of the repo. Visit the website that's potentially available in the description to get a little bit of a better idea what this repo is. For example, one of the replies here is Preline UI. And it says that Preline UI is a set of pre-built UI-based components. So while you can use that in your project when you're developing the style of your page, when you want to develop what the look and the feel of the page is, what it does not do for us, unfortunately, is add function, right? So we want to find something that potentially connects to an API, just like the example project that Ross had. The Gemini chatbot connects to the Gemini API. And by the way, guys, I updated the agenda with a link to Google Gemini API where you can sign up and get your own API key if you are using Gemini.
One other thing Alistair just brought up. This is an awesome opportunity for you to help or have your AI cohorts helping you. I noticed for myself, there were a lot of terms that I just weren't on my radar. I didn't understand what the heck they were talking about, just like what Alistair just said in terms of, does this work with my idea? If you've already created a persona or something of the like in your my AI tutor, you can actually ask them, say, hey, we're working on this project together. I found this repo. Do you think it'll work? Does it fit what I need? And you'll be amazed at some of the things that will come out of that conversation. Because a lot of times, especially if you're not a developer, I'm not, I don't play one on TV, I don't know the questions that I'm asking. It's like shooting, things in the dark. It's because, you're looking at all of these, and for a novice who has never coded a thing in their life, and they're just looking at how do you discern what's between a good one or a not good one, or what project you're building or not. In those situations, when we don't have a Ross, Nick, or an Alisher on speed dial, we do have some interesting techniques and tools on our fingertips that can help us, suss out those things. And so, it's now becoming more my default, is that if I need something to be explained to me because there's certain terminology that is not in my wheelhouse, the worst thing it can do is spit out something that I don't understand. But not asking the question keeps me in the dark longer. And, my time's precious, just like yours is. So it is something to think about. Go ahead, Sharon.
I just have a question regarding what are the languages that we can search repos for or projects?
We're gonna go over that right now. But if you look at my screen, what I'm doing is I typed the word OpenAI, right? Because I want to use AI. And then I chose over here, so I'll go back so you can see. I chose TypeScript. We need TypeScript, guys. And if you're posting a plugin, like I saw Dave, you posted a plugin, you can use that. But we still need a project. So your project would be the repo that I posted. The plugin would be something you would bring in and maybe create a new view or use that component. So guys, you want to search like this, and then there's like cool things you can do. So best match is good, but what's better is what happened today. I love what happened today. What happened today is a testament of what's going on in real time with the pulse of GitHub and developers. So you can see this says a web app offers an interface to interact with OpenAI, ChatGPT via API. Okay, what are you? And then you click it. And then you click it. And it's like, okay, well, that's cool, but I want something better. That's not really what I want. So then you keep looking, right? And you can see between when I searched and now, a new one popped up 36 seconds ago. This is important. GitHub is alive. Things are changing every single day. Now, before we go any further, a few things have changed today. So, for everyone in this room today, right now, Alisher has kindly posted where you can get an API key for Gemini. Yesterday, if you did this, the end result would be different. Today, if you do, you'll be entered into the beta of Gemini, which means you would have access to 1.5 temporarily. So in AI Tutor, it will exist even after the beta, right? But now, it will give it to you guys during your building phase for free. So imagine you can build in an unlimited way and not have to worry about paying token fees And you can do this for free right now if you follow Alisher's link to get the key. Now, I'm going to show you an example. And of course, I'm going to post it somehow. I got to see how to do this. Hold on. There's a way. Where there's a will, there's a way. So, I'm going to post it in the blue pill from desktop, what I'm showing you. Are you guys ready? This is so cool. Alright. So if you look, are you on stream, everyone? If you're not on stream, you're not going to see the visual here. So here's a project that you could use right now. So like when I give you this link right now, you could say, hey, I want to use this for my project. What you're about to see is not only groundbreaking, but far beyond anything that I knew was possible. And this is why. The reason is because of Gemini. So here's an actual like world premiere of something you could build tonight. So I'm gonna say I want to go and I want to take a flight. Like I want to book a plane, and I don't want to leave this website. So I'm on your website. I pay your little premium, $20 a month. You help me book flights, and here's how it works. First, I say let's book flights, and look at that. Real flights, not fake flights. Real flights. This is a testament to what's changing now. AI is becoming more capable. Functions are becoming more real. Any questions before I even continue?
Hell
I'm sure.
yes. Hell yes. Does this Next.js mean that we could copy this and throw it right into our current JS framework and that becomes chattable? Is that really what you're saying?
Copy paste.
Oh my God.
Sharon, you have a question?
Where do I find the link again? Is it in the purple pill or?
You didn't get that far yet.
Oh, okay.
And if you thought that this is just a demo and I'm done, you're wrong. We're booking the flight.
Hold on. It's accessing and interacting with the website that you're ordering from?
We're interacting with the API at American Airlines, my friend. So what's interesting about this screen here is, guys, this is not an answer. This is a UI. Do you know what this is called? It's a new thing. Take out your notebooks. It's called generative UI. What if UI can build itself? What then? What if this is possible now? How does that change your idea? Does it change your idea? If so, I want to hear it. Tell me how it changes your idea. Let's talk. Before I hit the next one, I want to explain what's actually going on. We are talking to American Airlines. We are going to Rome on May 12th, 2024, on United Airlines Flight 240. We're going from San Francisco to Rome, and now I'm getting the opportunity of a lifetime to choose my seat in a chat interface. Can you even imagine a world where you can pick a seat in a chat interface? Don't even bother imagining it. Look outside. We're in that world. You live in it. Now we have to capitalize on this, guys. You guys gotta learn how to code. If anyone tells you AI is here, you don't have to code, they're lying. Don't listen to them.
This is crazy. I could go in there and add hotels and all kinds of stuff, day trips and everything. You can have it. Oh
Sharon,
gosh, this is crazy.
there's no limit to what you can do, Sharon. The only limit is what you set.
Don't listen to Jason Huang. Jensen Huang. He said don't learn coding. I say opposite now.
Yeah, don't listen to him. He's wrong. I don't care if he's the CEO. He's wrong.
Ross, Beyond Free has a question.
Yeah.
Sure.
Hey, Ross, so of course I'm selfish and can only help to apply the tools you're presenting to myself, right? So Let's talk about blueprints for a minute. Does this possess OCR, like the optical character recognition? The only way I see my idea working is if the AI has construction knowledge, which it should, with it being AI, but I would need to upload a set of plans and set the scale. Would this be able to recognize those characters or length of lines or things of that nature?
100% yes.
Oh.
And when we get to that, I will show you how to interact with that and make it have eyes. You can even give it ears, y'all. Gemini could hear. And soon, it will watch videos. We're so close. I mean, what you're seeing is not only insane, but guys, I've never seen this anywhere. Not even on United. Imagine a world where you get a job with United Airlines because you showed them something they have not seen. That's powerful.
And right,
This,
it didn't have to look like this, right? This is just the UI that comes
it could be whatever you
right.
want. You could tell AI Tutor to do whatever you want, to put whatever logos you want. You could even add new functions. This is an example. It's laying out the framework for what's possible. And we're not even done, guys. Okay, we're picking a seat. I want to sit here. Okay. So check this out. Do I want to get a hotel, or drum roll, do I want to buy the ticket? Anyone have a question before I continue? I see someone came up. Please ask away.
Vin, that's you, love. Did you have a question? Vin, you have to take your off mic. Take your mic off mute.
Yeah.
There you go. Thank you.
Yeah. I don't get on if it's not if I'm not triggered. I've been here right from the get go, and I'm kind of my head is kind of spinning right now. Ross, thank you for the other day we had that section. I'm dealing with a lot of things, but this booking of a flight thing is like a kind of adrenaline is running through my vein right now. I don't know. How is this possible? Sarah, I don't want to get you giggling again today, but this is I don't know. I'm not gonna say unbelievable.
It's magic.
It's beyond.
It's magic.
This is not magic, Sarah. This is miracle. And Ross, I'm not gonna take anything that is happening here for granted, because you and I had an extensive conversation, and my head is, I feel like I'm gonna go back to 20 or 30 years old back so I can do so much thing with my life. Now my concern is can we in a real time use this as an experiment to book a flight going to Africa? Do you want me to give you a location? Because I know how much I spend every year booking a flight to Africa, and I'm looking at this. And also, United Airlines, it has always been my airline because I go through Frankfurt before I go to Lagos or Port Harcourt. Is that something we can demonstrate right here for the audience to see how this is possible? Or I don't know how we can use this, but this is something I want to get on to using right now.
Well, we have a few demos that I'm going to show you, but just rest assured, if you choose this as what you want to do, this can get you, just like Dave, like 80% there.
Boy, say no more.
But
Let's get after
if
it.
are you watching the stream? You
Yeah,
are.
I'm
So look, if
watching
you
right
guys look at
now.
the
I'm
stream,
speaking through my
watch
phone. I'm
this.
watching
Look.
through my laptop.
So imagine you hit the button and you're like, book it. Look at this. Now I pay with Stripe.
Holy cow.
I hit pay. It uses my cell phone number to text me the phone. And I pay. I'm not paying.
No,
I'm
no,
not
no,
doing this.
don't
Obviously,
pay. Why don't we do?
I'm not going to Rome.
Oh my God.
But imagine if you were like, I did book a flight and my friend's on it. What's the status? Insane.
Ross, can you check the plane to see if it's been in maintenance at all?
No, but I can show your boarding pass because that's what I
Holy
programmed.
graphic.
And it doesn't have it because it's not real.
Oh, Ross,
So
you
because it's
built
not
this
actually
agent.
connected. Well, I just built it on top of what's open source.
Right, but okay, but that answers all my questions. You didn't just enter into this and start using it and it knew what you were doing. You kind of created this custom agent beforehand. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful.
Yeah, it didn't take too long. I literally used AI Tutor and I used Gemini 1.5, 1 million context. I used our developer agent, which is in AI Tutor, and I just pasted 7 pages of code and I said, well, okay, can we make it book a flight? Because right in the demo, it just search flights. I wanted to like fake a Stripe checkout and like get all the way to the end. Now, we're not even done, guys. There's more. So imagine you wanted to build something that was like sort of where you can get answers to anything. It could be anything. Like it doesn't have to be what you're seeing. Like it could be only about holistic medicine or great clothes at cheap prices. Like cuz you have the entire internet at your fingertips. So we're going to say like is the Apple Vision Pro worth buying? Now, if you don't want to type, you can just click as a demo. But look at this. So it's not just about getting an answer. It's about an interaction. So when you're looking at this demo right now, understand a few things. It did not just answer me, because that's not how this works. We are building customized niche applications that do specific tasks. So let's say I wanted to know just the price and the use cases and something that's not here. Does it break easily? Tell me, please. Now, what's crazy about this is it adds another dimension to interacting with AI. And leading the charge is, of course, Vercel, LangChain, Gemini. And in this scenario, Grok, Perplexity. Now, if you hit send, it's a whole situation that occurs. It's not a search. Guys, just look. Hopefully it works, because local, you know. But look, it knows about the durability. It figured that out. I didn't actually say that word. Here's some images. Here's some sources. Here's some images. And then there's AI answers, use cases, durability, addressing everything I asked. Now, what I'm going to turn this into, like if you guys decide to use this, that's great. But what I'm going to turn this into is a multi-dimensional chat that inputs video and audio. And I'm going to put it in AI Tutor. Because that's what this whole thing is about, is finding really cool things and making it available.
I just fell off
And so
my chair. I'm so sorry. I just fell off of my chair. This is crazy. This is so freaking amazing, Ross. I don't know what else to say.
This is stuff
crazy.
people don't tell you. It's like the secrets of the universe.
This is so freaking amazing, Ross.
But the ability to package it up in your own package and make it look like it's yours is worth gold.
It's like this.
I love Vin's laugh. It's so contagious and wonderful. You make me smile, Vin.
So guys, like imagine your idea in this format. That means you don't have to search no more. I have replays for you.
Ross, I know you are still talking. Please, I think I'm gonna quit my job
good.
and come to be an apprentice under you.
Like, it's truly like transformative. What you could do with the right knowledge. Honestly, like if I didn't know that I could like do all of these things, I don't know if I would have built AI Tutor and Pixio and all the 120 applications for students that we built over the last 10 years. I don't know if it'd be possible, but luckily I had some people and I had some really good opportunities, some mentors that helped me. And I was like, well, how does the world not know this? Like, how is this a secret? Like, I just don't get it. Because when you do stuff like this, like anyone could turn this app into anything. And then what's crazy is it contains like really cool features. Like I said, I want to make sure it's durable, right? Okay. So now it's continuing, which is so cool. And it says beta, not because it's a company, because it's just beta. Like this is a repo. Like you guys can literally fork this, and we're gonna go over that in a minute. But once it finishes its answer, I'm gonna show you something. Okay, so here's the related situation, right? And I'm gonna say, look at what it searches. Look. Guys. This is crazy. It's like superpower internet. And this could be behind a paywall in your app. A whole new way to chat. And the whole guided stuff, this, like when you first ask, look. So someone could ask you, and this could be like your company's data. Like this doesn't have to be just a product. But this is a product that can actually compete with something like Perplexity. For $10 a month, Perplexity is over 20. You could beat them.
Not only that, you can add an AI influencer type scenario where you're actually talking to a person and conveying this information in whatever way that person wants to hear it, see it, experience it.
Yeah, no, that's
Think
true.
bigger.
And
Think bigger, folks.
I don't want to continue this process before then what I want to do next, which is if you're really participating and this is like real for you, which is great. I saw some good stuff. Everything must be addressed. If it's not addressed, I can't tell you if it's gonna work,
And
right?
guys, yeah, as far as that goes, I went through all the replies in this space and I replied to most of you on whether or not it will work within our SAAS template or it will not work. So look carefully at those replies and remember what we're looking for in GitHub is something that is TypeScript and Next.js, because that will have the easiest time integrating into our SAAS template.
Yeah, and so Smoke, yours is really good. I've actually built that. It's super cool. The one part that's missing is being able to do it with multiple people. So that would be like the only part that you would have to like build. So if you want a no building solution, I would pick something else, but it is cool. Like you should build it for yourself, not a SaaS product, just you. That would be like really cool, I think. Like, because the thing is, it's not designed in a way where you can have multiple people doing Diffie. If that's your idea, Smoke, like you want people to make bots, shoot me a DM and I'll show you a repo that can do the same thing, but for SaaS with Stripe. So just DM me if that's the situation that you want. I know a few that will work. I'm literally going through them too. Does anyone want to come up to the speaker and talk about what they chose and what they want to do? This is like a really good time for you guys to do that. We're not going to do this again because we're going to be building.
One of the other things, just before we have everybody come up and talk about them, when you are choosing repos, there is a cosmic karma to this kind of stuff. When you're in open source, hat tipping the folks that have helped you get there is going to be so important. You don't have to. You can hide it. You can, you know, cloak it behind your fork and do all of those things. But I will tell you that in the very near future, those social currencies are going to matter, and especially in these kinds of communities. Many of you that are listening in have never been in a collaborative environment like this or an open source community. And there is uh, courtesies, common courtesies, and hat tipping one another, and making sure that you say thank you to the people who actually put the work in to create these repos for you to use. So, always be mindful of where they come from, and always be mindful of the folks that have actually put in and invested their time and energy. Because I swear to you this, if you honor those folks in just a random way, simple thank you, it'll come back to you tenfold. But if you forget about it and you hide it, you're going to have harder times later on down the road finding the collaborations that you really want to make. There is something about this, and I can't emphasize this enough amongst this community specifically. So if you are unfamiliar with the hat tipping and the way of being kind and making sure to make, note keep those notes in place of who authored these kinds of things. It's just a really good habit and discipline to get into. Um, I have seen that Rosemary did come up, and I haven't heard her yet. And I wanted to make sure there were some questions in the purple bubble about where the live stream is. The link is up top. You actually have to go to the Innovators Think Tank, and you have the live stream there. And you'll be able to access these after the fact as well. So, Rosemary, did you have any questions? Are you all hot, straight, and normal? Are you thinking about all the wonderful things that you're going to be building?
Hey, yeah, I just DM'd Ross and them because I was struggling with finding repos during my time of going through the homework, just because it was like looking at Spanish and I don't speak Spanish. So um, they just asked me what my idea was. So it's an all-in-one solution platform. It's similar to a Kajabi or Builderall, but I have a twist because I've been on the back end.
Wait, hold on. I don't know what those are. So you got to actually tell me.
Okay, so it's an all-in-one platform. So it's like a CRM, invoicing, and management for your business. So it's like if you were a coach or someone selling online digital products and facilitating communities and cohorts and such, you want to have one place to handle all of your business, meaning taking you from lead generation to facilitating lifetime buyer cycles with your ideal clients.
So I would reduce that idea to one component first, and then you can like tackle the other parts later. But I would pick one part that you want to use, and then either figure out if you're going to use AI or not, and that's what you should focus on. And then you can find the GitHub. So, for example, you said you wanted to make invoices and stuff. Like I linked a repo that Dave's going to build off of, that does that. But there's going to be modifications that you got to make. So you just got to boil it down to one thing, 3-step process that someone could do. And again, you could like evolve this, obviously. But we have to start somewhere.
Gotcha.
You're not always going to find the exact thing that you want, but tackling bit by bit. It's the old adage: you can't eat an entire elephant in one bite. You have to do it spoon by spoon, right? And a lot of times, every added spoke or facet that you want to add adds another layer of complexity. And right now, you're just trying to muddle your way through and understand the underlying principles, if that makes sense. And so it is kind of one of those things that I myself had to kind of struggle with, because in my head I thought, well, this is just a simple, you know, role playing game type scenario and whatnot. And then I realized something else. I know that Ross got kind of sidetracked, but I had marked a couple of the repos that I thought were fascinating, right? And then for the life of me, I couldn't find them. I was like, where the flip did they go? And then I realized that repos come and go. And if you see them, they're kind of ephemeral. They're like little, butterflies. You have to try to catch them right then and there because sometimes they're removed. Sometimes, something happens to them. And so unless you've forked them and kept them and kind of, hoarded them away in your own digital, you know, ecosystem, they can be lost. And so I thought I had something really, really cool and I couldn't find it again. And, there is a finesse about this, right? There is a game in sniping the perfect thing. And I will tell you too, a lot of you are younger, but back in the day, librarians did this. They have a secret knack of finding things. And most people don't realize that, librarians had to take professional classes in order to suss out information. And then later on, people like Ross, who understand the Google ecosystem, they understand search. A lot of folks just put in, I'm searching for this. But there's a lot of nuance, just like when we're prompting and prompt engineering, where you have different language, different orders, different, context. You can add and this and that, and lots of little secret things that we may not be aware of. And so you're learning today how to suss out that perfect repo. And it may be that you have to cobble a couple things together, but going simple right out of the chute just to learn the ecosystem 10 times easier than trying to build out the master world domination plan that we all have secretly lurking in the back of our supervillain heads. Right.
Yeah, it's so important, guys. What she's saying, even though she's actually does not, as she says, act and pretend to be a developer in the daytime, but there's definitely a part of this that it's not just like technology and development. It's understanding. It's gaining the skill to learn again that maybe you feel like you've lost, because just because you're not in class doesn't mean you couldn't learn like a sponge, like a 5-year-old. You can when you're excited. And if you're here, I'm gonna assume you're like not trying to kill time or at the gym listening to this, that you're actually excited. So without further ado, I'm going to show you option 2 of searching. So head over to YouTube, type in the amazing 2 words. It's like open sesame, nextjs space SAAS. And there's going to be a lot happening here, but we're going to go through a vocabulary list right now. We're going to take you guys to school a little bit. And if you don't like work, well, I don't know why you're here. So take out your notepads. We need to know the buzzwords. So, bun. Also, extra points if you know what any of this is. Anyone know what bun is? If anybody says, like, something you put butter in and you eat with dinner, it's not that. Anybody know what bun is? Okay, so bun is the same as NPM. Does anyone know what NPM is? Okay, that's bad. I don't see emojis. Sarah, is there emojis?
A
I was
library of
taking notes,
executables.
man. Yeah.
Network
Do we?
programming manager or something?
No, it's Node
No.
Package
Node
Manager.
package manager. Crap.
We are so past NPM, guys. Do we know what this means?
I just said what it was.
Yeah, you're right.
Yay,
But does
because I
everyone
had to,
else know?
but they're what you can't ask them questions when they're writing notes. This is very
Yeah, but
difficult.
they can't write the notes if they don't understand what
True,
NPM is.
true, true.
So bun is another variation of a package manager. So think NPM, but instead bun. And honestly, if you go look up bun Next.js, it has the most adorable logo.
It's basically
Don't
bundled
be
up nodes, right?
don't be fooled by the cuteness. It's sort of complex. And if you don't, and oh my god, this is so important, guys. This drove me wild for days when I first learned this. So your computer, right? Can we do emojis if we have Windows? Emojis for Windows. I don't see emojis, and I'm on an
That's because I
iPhone.
hate
This is
Windows.
bad. Anybody have Windows? Okay,
Yes,
good.
we have
Uh,
Windows.
if you have Mac, put an emoji. Okay. Both of them are not supported. So that's fun.
Is it Linux?
So both those things. It is, yeah. And so we're not going to cover this today, but like next week when we are like in the weeds building, we're going to cover things like this. But buzzword number 1, vocab list. You guys should have a list. If you don't have a list and check it twice, you're not getting a gift. You're just not going to learn. You're not Santa Claus. But you have to check it like a bunch of times. And if you plan to do this in a capacity where you're making $300,000-$400,000 a year, you must understand these things. So bun is equal to npm, but not equal to as the same. Bun is faster, 96% faster. Does everyone understand so far?
Yes.
It's the same exact thing. So you could do like bun install, whatever, bun run dev, and it will work. Now here's the other thing. Vercel supports it, which means you won't actually have to code to get it to work. Now, if you have Linux, that's great. If you don't, you need WSL. You can look this up. We're not going through it right now. This is not being covered in this section, but we will cover it at a later date. But if you're one of those people and you're in this room and you have Windows or Mac, you absolutely need to know what WSL is and install it. But we're not doing it today. So if you want to go Google, go for it. Now, when you see the word bun, that means you can't run it locally. So no matter what you're going to do, it's not going to work unless you have WSL. So the next thing we're going to learn, the next word, right, is neon. Neon Tech is a database. It's a free database that you'll be able to use for your website, in addition to Supabase. Why do I tell you both? They're the same thing. That's stupid. It's not. Because let's say you download a template and it's using Neon, and it's using something in Neon that Supabase does not have. You want to know what Neon is so you can get an account. And you're going to see it quite often. Neon and Supabase are pretty much like the top 2 database engines out right now. So they're common. ngrok. Spelt exactly, it's not a word. It's N, G as in grandpa, R as in Ross, obviously, it's a good one. O as in Oscars, K as in, I don't even know. What's a good K?
It's not Grok.
Kangaroo. No. That is a way for you to use your own computer as a host. So let's say you want to use your GPU, like you play games sometimes, but you're like, well, I wish you can be like making money graphics card. You can make graphics card make money by building an application that utilizes graphics card using AI, and ngrok can pump it to the world. So your users can use it from your local machine. This is important for launching cool apps that require an actual machine like Pixio. Pixio runs on ngrok. Not all of it, like 20% of it. And that's important because our GPUs are in Pixio, real life GPUs. And we use ngrok to get it into Pixio so you guys could use our GPUs. How cool is that? So ngrok takes your local host and makes it public host without Vercel. This is important because if your application uses a lot of RAM, you can actually host that part of it locally. So Vercel doesn't charge you extra. Next thing we're going to learn. Upload thing. Upload thing. One word. What it does is it lets you upload files from your application. We use this in Pixio. When users upload images and videos, they upload via the API. And so it's a great thing that you need to know because a lot of these companies use it. And if your app is going to upload data, you would use it too. Now, don't get siloed. Like, if you find an app that has like a different login system, like we can make it work with our login system. So if it says it uses Clerk, we're not using Clerk. So you would disregard Clerk. Clerk is a login system. We already have this with Supabase. So if you're looking at my stream, what I do is I search like this. Now look at this. Build and deploy full stack Next.js. Now check this out, guys. I click this video and I don't want to sit here for 4 hours, right? Let's just say. I go here and here's the GitHub. So now here's the whole entire project. And it's a Canva clone, guys. It's like really powerful stuff. Like you can see, he normally does a demo like right in the beginning. I'll mute it so we don't hear it. But like, look, just look at stream. This is not Canva. Imaginify. Like, what even is this? It's a whole thing. It uses AI. It's a whole entire SaaS platform. Like, start to finish, built, done for you. Look at how cool it looks.
This is insane. You know, sometimes I have to sit back in my chair. You know, when you think about the dawn of the internet and how far things have come and how many things we just take for granted, and then you sit back and you think, how many years did you struggle over PowerPoint, presentations? Or I had to give a TED talk once, and it was absolutely nerve-wracking. And then you look at something like this and you're like, well, dang. It's just there are so many possibilities, and sometimes I know that other people feel this way too, that you just become overwhelmed. You're like, there are so many ideas, how do I focus on one? That's the first question. The second question is, oh my gosh, it's already been done, why should I bother? And I think to myself, what an amazing time to be alive on the timeline of history, that you have the ability to be a true creator. And what I mean by that is that you have at your fingertips all the tools of creation. And all you need is the initiative, the inertia, the push forward, the science piece of the puzzle. And once that happens, incredible things are possible. We listen to Vin, in his little contagious giggle. It's because he understands. He's an engineer. And I think a lot of us that are now, I hit 50, right? And then you think to yourself, wow, I'm going to start a brand new career at this moment. You've had this whole entire kind of way of existing, and now you actually can create and generate the most amazing things, and generate in revenue income on a different level. I had heard earlier in a space about someone saying it's not universal basic income. It's everybody's going to have these tools and they're going to be able to generate whatever income they need at that particular time. And truly, I mean, you look at Bjorn Free and you can hear it in his voice because it clicks for him. He knows exactly what he's going to do with it. He's already realized a huge, powerful win when you consider the fact that he's been in class for 2 sessions, and he has made, he put it down below. I'm not going to say his dollar figures because I was brought up correctly in life, but it's like one of those things. You don't necessarily talk about money, but you definitely elevate wins. And for him, that's life changing at that particular moment, because now he's thinking to himself, how am I going to capitalize on this? How am I going to build it? When Ross tells you you can build anything, you can and you will. The only thing that's stopping you is yourself. And a lot of times people can be, have that paralysis, because the thing is what if you actually get everything that you've ever wanted, and that's truly the question of the day, because I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, everything that I do is going to be going through the prism of this, the augmented integration. It's not necessarily artificial intelligence. It's an augmented integration into whatever it is that we want to build. And it's just incredible. And the fact that you're sitting here with so few people so few people. You have the first mover advantage. If you had My AI Tutor, you had Gemini Pro before anybody else. You've had it in your hands for what, 2 weeks. We've been playing with it every Saturday night in Josh's space. You've had first mover advantage. You could go home, you could work all night and create something and have something that's very, very profitable in a really, really quick amount of time. It's absolutely humbling, and wow, you just get a lump in your throat because it is that amazing. It really, truly is.
And as everyone's talking, I'm just like streaming cool projects. Like what you just saw was a website builder, like similar to Wix. Like it's so crazy how you can build these. They're right on YouTube, just like hanging out waiting for you. Like all these cool projects, like anything you could even think of. Look, email newsletter platform. Literally, it's like a whole platform. Look, image generation. Look at this. You could build this and charge people. Check this out. You know, one of our demos in AI Tutor and Pixio came from this. I started from this, and I built out something really cool, totally different from this. Like you wouldn't even recognize it. But check it out. You put in your Stripe, the user can do AI, generate music, generate images, generate video, generate code. They pay per generation. It's a framework to show you how you can do this. Guys, this is just on YouTube. Like, I swear I'm not even joking. If you don't believe me, I will literally take my search. So it's like my search, so it should be equal for you guys. I will post it in the nest. I won't because I have too much going on. But I will post it in the comments because there's just way too much going on here. But I think I can post it in. Yeah. Okay. Good. So you can execute this search and you can see. But basically, like headshot app. Like imagine you want to like make an app where people make their own headshots. This dude is gonna show you how it's done. Let's skip ahead so we can like see what it builds. Look, stable diffusion. Check this out. Look at his headshots. You could charge people for that.
Hey, is that Cash Money Cap at the bottom right?
No. But you can see, look, he's deploying it on Vercel, and it's like, okay, I don't care about you right now. Where's your code? Because all I care about is the code, because that's what I care about. Boom, look, I will link it right here in the everything I find. I will just link for you guys. Look at this. By the way, I updated and I posted the search, and I also posted the Gemini bot that I showed earlier, and I posted the headshot starter, which allows your users to actually create real headshots. I'll show you what it looks like in a second. Configuration done. Okay.
Where did you post this stuff
Okay.
at, that Gemini bot from earlier?
All in the comments of this space. This is a shop. So let's say you want to like sell stuff and you don't want to pay Shopify because that's super annoying. Check this out. It's free. Look, here's the quick demo. If you have questions, come up now. Talk to me. This space right now, this particular space will be the last time we talk about like repos and choosing. Like we're building next space. So this is your shot to like tell me what you want to build, and if you have trouble searching, I can help you search live. But this is a full shop. Like you can actually launch a business from this demo. And it's not just a demo, guys. It's a 5-hour video tutorial, 4 hours, and it comes with the repo. So here's the repo to the online store. I'm posting that too. You can literally just sell products, and it's free. You don't have to pay no one. There's no middleman. Just you and Stripe. These are just ideas. You have to spend time and find your own ideas. And Alistair and I will comment on them and look at them all. But I hope this was helpful, and I hope people aren't like, oh, I hope we coded right now. Like, I'm trying to be really understanding of the idea that potentially this is the first time you've ever did this. And I hope that us going slow is like a good thing and you're not wanting to like move faster. And if you are, please tell me. Feedback is key. This is a literal experiment. We've never done this on this scale on social media. We've done this with rooms full of 400 people, but not social media. So you guys have to help us. If this is like too fast, tell us. If it's too slow, tell us. But do we all have some type of repo, or we're still not? We don't have one. That's Next.js and TypeScript, because I gave you all examples that are TypeScript. So you can head over to YouTube, find a cool tutorial, like you need to find something. You need code. And it's all on YouTube. Like, look, you can build Dropbox right here. So this is Dropbox. It's like a literal clone. Remove background in seconds. I also urge you to head over to Vercel, which I'm sharing on stream. You can go to your account like this. You can hit project. You can hit template. And there's a lot of templates here. If you want AI, you can choose AI. These are all AI. Please take like a few moments. And before we start moving a little faster, anyone have any questions about the 3 places I told you to go to figure out where or what you're going to build? It's very important that you take this part super serious, because this is what you're building.
I
With a
cannot
show of
find that
hands.
bot.
Oops, sorry. Go ahead, Bjorn.
Oh, no, it's okay. I can't find that Gemini bot link in the comments at all.
I'll see if I can find it for you. I didn't see it either, but I think it could be up top too. You know, for those of you that are listening in, and I know that there are a couple, I've read the DMs behind the scenes. Just seeing today, you know, you might have done your homework and everything else, but for some reason now, you know, seeing these things live, things are clicking for you. And then all of a sudden it becomes, whoa, you know, it's okay to modify. It's okay to kind of look at all of the evidence and the data and the things that we've discovered together this evening. You know, when you're getting ready to kind of go to the next step and kind of flesh this thing out and build it out, you know, having these steps, these stepping stones, and these like little breadcrumbs that you're following, it's okay if you're changing it a little bit, you know. Sometimes when you are hit in the face with a better idea, you know, that is the universe saying and conspiring with you. And you may not know it at that particular time, because you really might be stuck in thinking one thing or the other. A good friend of mine, Chris Anderson, you know, his dad wanted to build the windshield wiper, and he was so stuck in it that someone else had that idea and took it and run with it, because he was so hell-bent on making it perfect. You know, if something is striking your fancy and all of a sudden you're realizing, oh my gosh, I was thinking in a totally different direction, it's okay to adjust your sails. You know, we're in this iteration project, and I can tell you a lot of people looked at GitHub differently, you know, 5 minutes ago than they did last night. You know, and that's okay. That's what we're supposed to be doing. And when you're learning in an open environment like this, that is the cross pollination of ideas. That is the iron that sharpens iron. And sometimes it means that your steel was not standard. You know what I mean? That you had to up your game a little bit, or maybe flesh out the ideas that you were originally thinking. Or in some cases, like our friend Christelle, you know, she came to a Saturday night, and AI had basically progressed so much overnight, you know, that, you know, a new model had been unearthed and her entire idea was already solved. You know, those are the kinds of things that can happen. I see that Evaflow has his hand up. We'll go to you, and then I see that Rutro has come up too. So, Evaflow, how are you, love? What can we do for you today?
Hey, what's up? Thank you very much for everything. And you know, I really appreciate the space and everything. Actually, there's a few quick questions for Russ. Now, I had remembered last week, I don't know if you mentioned something about a limitation to the amount of apps we could be able to build just based on, I'm not sure which one of the pieces of the stack that limited the number of apps that we could build, but I wanted to know if there is a limitation to the number of apps. That's my first question.
So on Vercel, when you build and launch applications to the world, there's literally zero limitation. It's absolutely insane, and it's the coolest thing ever. and I'm so happy to perpetuate their awesomeness to you guys. And like, I'm not a paid affiliate or anything. I just don't know how I would have done without what I did without Vercel. You can have unlimited projects. It's crazy.
Perfect, perfect. Now I have another question that's similar. Um, is it possible to build multiple apps within one app, but they're similar? So let's say you have like you could have somebody has an app, but in that app they could generate images, but they could also generate lyrics, but then they could
Yeah,
also
like
create a store.
yeah. So like, think about Pixio, an AI tutor, right? So I know you have AI
Yeah.
tutor. You log in and you have an app within an app. Yeah, you can do that.
Okay, perfect. I have another last question. How does what we're doing now with software as a service based on like a subscription model, how can that be integrated into, because I think OpenAI, they just like they have like a GPT store. Not sure if I'm getting it right, but I think there's a newly launched store, AI store, where like it's basically like the app store all over again, but it's presenting a grand opportunity to develop AI apps that are useful and make them available to the public.
Yeah, like just like my demo, man. Like you saw, like I was chatting, but then I was booking a flight. I think things like
But I think
that are gonna
also
change.
just like something like AI Tutor,
Yeah,
instead of using ChatGPT, we use OpenAI API. So we make an
this is
API
true.
call to get whatever sort of AI response you want. And typically, the API models that are available to you are better than the models that they provide you in ChatGPT. And another thing to consider as in order for you to use any sort of plugin or a GPT, you might need a GPT Plus subscription. And in this case, you're charging a subscription directly from the user instead of having to rely on OpenAI to charge a subscription.
So basically, if I do what Ross was doing right now, which is basically doing a deep dive on YouTube for ideas, going on GitHub for ideas, and I see 3 different ideas that I like, that I want to test. I don't know which one's gonna work, but hey, you never know, right? I can go ahead and implement my multiple ideas and pitch them.
Yeah, it's really just going to be different pages and different files, but they could all be within the same project. And they could even all use
Yeah, so
OpenAI.
yeah, yep. And you could use all different things. It doesn't just have to be OpenAI. Like you could generate songs. You could take the lyrics and generate a song, and then generate the singing person. You could literally build Suno. Guys, can I just share with you like the coolest thing that I just tweet
Squirrel,
right now? I
squirrel,
mean, I didn't
squirrel.
tweet. No, listen, you guys got to see. I don't care, squirrel or not. And you got to see. So okay, so the reason she's saying that is because my brain is like a squirrel. It finds things and will derail your conversation if what I'm about to
We're
say
talking
is
music,
useful. And
that's why. Yep.
let me tell you, what I'm about to show you is useful. Are you ready, y'all? Check out the latest comment. You know that new thing that's like breaking the internet right now that like everyone's talking about music? Guess what? Guess where they made it? Look who posted it. Wait, what video? Look who actually posted that tweet. Vercel? Nope, not Vercel. I just saw the Vercel thing. Nice try though. Try again. Anyone know? Who knows?
Super bass.
How insane is that? That we're here
Insane.
learning about the thing that's literally breaking the internet as we speak tonight is made in Supabase.
Who also
Yeah.
tagged Ross because he thinks what we're doing here is so
Okay, that's
amazing.
true.
Yes.
They're definitely following this whole thing, guys. Supabase and their entire team and their community manager is all following what y'all are doing in this space. So much so that I forgot to share it, but Supabase is happy, and they told me in DMs like they're happy to like showcase your projects when you finish on like their website in their community area. So it's really important when people are watching that you actually built something kind of cool, because you have like Paul Copperstone who's actually watching you guys tonight. And that's crazy. And he's the CEO of Supabase.
And they're just giddy people. You know, when you understand the kind of culture that they cultivate there, they're giddy about building. They're giddy about builders. They're giddy about, trying to test the boundaries and push the envelope. And that's exactly what you're doing when you have these like digital maker spaces. You're using the tools in ways that they never anticipated. You're thinking outside of the realm of their use cases. And it's fascinating because when they watch you build, it spurs their creative teams also. It is that iron that sharpens iron. It's like we've used the analogy before, where you're running a race and you're chasing this guy, right? You're chasing him down and you're trying to better your score and you're better your time, and you finally catch him. And the first thing that you ask him is, well, who were you chasing? Because that's what happens, is that you're spurring innovation on by constantly having this wonderful game of, it's not one-upmanship necessarily. It's pushing the technology, and they think it's delightful. I mean, we're using social audio in a way that was never intended. And, all throughout the ages, humans will use whatever is on hand to do with the thing that they want, whatever it is, to build the thing, tell the story, whatever. And I couldn't be more proud of Nick, Alisher, and Ross, because there are a lot of really amazing people who are wickedly talented, who are looking at what we're doing here as a beta and saying, what if? What if we can turn education upside down? What if ordinary, everyday people can build extraordinary and beautiful things simply because they have access and a place at the table? That is incredible. It's powerful, powerful. Rutro, your hand is up. Are you lost? Do you need help? How can we help you?
Well, oh my God. So when I was doing the homework, I sort of did what you did. I went, oh my God, people have already sort of done this. So I was like, and then it's really hard to make a decision. And then now seeing all the stuff that's happening here and how you can get the YouTube thing, etc., it's like a kid in a candy store or at the Wonka chocolate factory, or like your little post, the bazaar with all the color pencils. It's like, what do I pick? And I, I now I'm starting to think about the thing that y'all approved. My idea might not be so great, so I guess I'm sort of asking, where should I just maybe grab something just so I can learn and move forward? What would be the big one? Would it be
What
the
speaks to
Gemini?
you? Because deep down secretly, there is always
Yeah.
something that you're a nerd about. Whatever it is that you're a nerd about, it could be something like fabric because you like to quilt. It could be paint. It could be anything. And any possibility is there. And what's so amazing is that you're sussing out the process, because once you figure out the process, figuring out from tip to toe how these things are, building blocks are made. Basically, what Ross has given you guys, each and every one of us, is a big giant sand pit of Legos. And we have everything at our fingertips, and it can literally be anything. That's what we're playing with. We're playing with these little blocks. And some people have been before us to say, hey, by the way, if you put these blocks in this order, you're going to get this shape. And this is really, really a helpful shape, because if you get this helpful shape, then you can build a wheel or you can do XYZ. That's what you have to think through, because otherwise you'll have too many choices, and then you get into that paralysis moment where you will not make a decision. Just pick something that you're passionate about, and it could be for something really, really simple. It could be an invoice thing, like whatever. You could actually mimic somebody that's far smarter. That's kind of my shtick, is like, if I'm trying to understand something, I'll say, okay, Dave's building this out, or Bjorn's building this out, or Ross is
No,
building
don't
this out.
mimic me.
No,
My
I'm
head's
using you.
spinning with new possibilities now.
Well, that's the problem with these things. But you find someone that you respect, you understand, you click with, and that has, something that is useful, and usually it's a problem that you yourself has. You know, I mean, why build something for somebody else or a problem that you want to solve the world? Solve the one thing. And it could be something really simple like cataloging, your markers or whatever it is. It could be a problem that is just unique to you, but you'll be passionate about it because it's solving a pain point for yourself. That's my advice, but I'm sure that Dave
Yeah,
has better.
yeah, that is very actually very helpful. And I keep getting kicked off, so I didn't really see the step. If you could just sort of maybe verbally sort of tell me about how you go from the YouTube thing to the actual GitHub. Is there a link within? I didn't see
Yeah,
that part.
so basically what happens is like if you're in a YouTube, like for example, we'll choose the first one that I had over here, and you're in the YouTube, you just kind of look in the more and it tells you GitHub. Does that make sense? And by the way, I've been like posting like a madman all these awesome, insane starter projects that you could actually use now.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think I missed that step. I was like, well, how do I get that? I mean, because this is going to be homework in and of itself to sort of look through all these things and sort of watch the video and yeah. So
And yeah, no, we're gonna go over some stuff in a minute, and they're gonna see how to use the GitHub repo. But Cash Money Kev, calling you out, dude. Sorry, Dave, we'll get to you in like a second. And Everflow, we'll get to you in 1 second. Cash Money Kev, I'm altering your project, whatever it is. You know what you're building? You're building Draw a UI. I tagged you. That's your new project.
Sometimes the problems in the projects just summon you. Rutro, what I was going to say to tag on to what Ross said, when you're looking at AI pictures and it has the ALT, and you push that button and then it shows you what
yeah,
the prompt was. Okay. So for YouTube videos, more is very much like that because a lot of these folks make oodles of money making sure that all of those links link to something affiliate wise or whatever. But when it comes to GitHub, it's not that they're making dinero on those. It's the open source community making sure to give credit where credit's due because social currency is far more valuable than anything else. Because if you screw someone over, you're not going to have the help that you're going to need later on. So that's how you find it. And if that makes sense. Dave and Everflow, I think Everflow first and then Dave.
I think it was Dave first.
Okay. You are so sweet, Everflow. I love you to the moon and back too. You are such a wonderful, wonderful human. Dave, go ahead.
Yeah, on the YouTube stuff, you'll probably find bigger creators and with bigger followings are going to share GitHub stuff, and you'll probably find some smaller creators are probably trying to actually monetize the code. You'll see in some of the descriptions it will be buy this source code as well. So obviously we don't want to follow those projects if it's behind a paywall and you don't actually know, you can't really assess it. Nobody can give you advice on it. But also I think what's good about today is everybody got to stretch their legs on building something more basic and simplistic, but now you're seeing the possibilities that are out there. So it's actually perfectly fine to pivot. Even for me who builds a lot of stuff, I'm looking at this going, okay, well, it's not necessarily what is the very easiest for me to build. Now it has my brain thinking not necessarily about the building part, but actually what is the demand and what is suitable right now.
So smart.
that's helpful. Thank you.
My question was just about Stripe and how does it affect? Is it okay as well, just like Vercel, where you can do unlimited stuff? Is it the same with Stripe if you have multiple apps accessing the same Stripe account?
Yeah, so because it's API driven, it can be like all different apps using one key. Being on stream right now is an events app where you can purchase tickets to an event for your brand or organization. And after you purchase a ticket, they get a confirmation, all done in Next.js using Vercel, upload thing, Stripe, the whole 9 yards, and Clerk. And you can see it like not only will teach you, but go through the entire 5 hours. So you can be like, you know what? Next like tomorrow I'm gonna spend 5 hours and watch this video that Ross posted, and then we're gonna build this thing. And 5 hours and 41 minutes later, you have a new app that lets you book events and people can pay you. I'm literally just scrolling in the most very random search. I've already posted things that are like, um, uh, it's called Novel, and what it is like Notion, but with AI, and you could launch that for your own brand. You can check the comments. What you're seeing now is threads. Think Facebook, but like your own community with your own people. Look at this. This is completely open. God. Okay. So this app we actually used in real life, me and Alisher, to build a project, a real project. And I can't reveal anything beyond that, but a real project.
Yeah,
What you're seeing is the demo.
we use this app as a great
Yeah.
proof of concept in order to kind of like an MVP, in order to kind of sell the project and the idea. And also I wanted to add is if you're not finding a project, look for an API service or a service that provides you with an API key, and using AI, you can build on top of that. I think in the next few weeks, we're probably going to do like a one-off stream where we take a service that provides you with an API and we'll show you how to use AI to build it out into a page where you can, let's say, generate an image or have some sort of a chatbot UI type project. Because it's very easy to build something out using AI, especially if they have the documentation for it kind of publicly available to you, because then you can take the documentation, you can paste it into AI Tutor or whatever AI platform you're using, and you'll be able to kind of direct the AI towards how you want to build out this page.
I have a quick question. So how does this Twitch, like you're sharing your screen, how does that work? So if I go back to this agenda page, will I be able to see everything that y'all have done? And how does it pair up with the X Space?
So yeah, it's not. It's on the website, and I'm also posting every link that I'm hitting right now
Okay.
in the comments.
Was she
But
asking to see if there was like a replay? Was that the purpose of the question?
oh, are you asking about a replay?
Yeah. So I'm definitely going to go back and watch all this because I kept getting kicked off or whatever. But I wanted to go through like the screen share, etc. And then how do I map that up to what you're saying? I guess it doesn't really matter, but that's what I was curious.
No. So we're gonna produce a video that's gonna have the audio matched up with the video for you guys.
Oh, awesome. Okay.
So I'm showing you a creator that I use a lot to learn how to build really, really, really cool things. I'm gonna show you one that he did that's really cool. And again, I'm linking everything. All the creators are being linked. But I want you to see what he built. Look at this. It's open source, guys. Like this entire
soul
project is
cycling
open
for
source.
coding. He got the music going. He got the attitude. This is a creator whose tutorials we have followed in order to get a greater understanding. And most of the time, he built out an app from nothing into a full-on SaaS platform that's usable and completely working. Go ahead, Ross.
Yeah, I mean, you could even see the implications here. You're chatting with people in different languages. So one person speaks a different language, you speak a different language, yet you only see your language and they only see their language. And the whole thing is backed by a paywall with Stripe in Next.js. And it's open source. And it's crazy. So I want you guys to really, this is your last opportunity to sort of pick a starting project. So for me, what I'm going to pick is, where is it? So, Cash Money Kev, do you see my screen, dude? This is your project, by the way. So, I want to go over a few things before we like do literally anything, because all this is nonsense unless we understand. So, let me find one of these things that can help me. Got so many tabs, guys, for you all. It's crazy. Okay, so we're going to go to Gemini. So you can find Gemini in the Vercel templates or from my demo. And I want to dissect a little bit in the GitHub repo. So first thing you're going to need is you're going to need a website to actually launch this. Now, if you want to disregard your idea and just do this, you can. Consider it an exercise. And if this is the template you chose, then, well, now you're going to actually see how to build it. So this is the screen you actually want to be at if you're using Gemini. Now, how do we know this, right? That's always the thing. And the way we know this is in the GitHub, right? You see ENV? Does everyone see it on the stream? If you guys, again, this is, I'm going to like break my rules again. If you're not on the stream, you're literally not going to understand what we're about to do. So if you're not on the stream right now, get on the stream. This is the part that takes a GitHub repo to reality. This is the most important part. So watch on the stream and you're going to see. I'm going to click something called ENV. Before I do that, I'm going to read. It says, Next.js chatbot. Great. Okay. Here's all the stuff we need. So if there's something here that we don't have, like a sign up or a platform, we need to do that. Now it says we need Gemini. So in order to use Gemini, we need to go here. And to get here, you're going to go to Twitter. And I know it's called X. I just don't care. Because we got bigger things to worry about. I'm just going to post it here. And you can find it in the latest comment in X. Hopefully Cash Money Kev will put it in like the Jumbotron and be like awesome.
Can we also snag them to put them in the notes and attach it to the Innovators Think Tank notes on the screen for lesson 3, just to make sure that they're captured?
Maybe later, not right now in real time, because there's a lot of repos. So if you want to put all the repos in, maybe later we can add them all in that were posted in comments, if that's what you're asking.
No, I was just making sure these links, because there are some people that may not have my AI
But
tutor.
Sarah, you do realize I put like 30 links out
I
already.
do. I've been tagging them all like a dutiful.
Oh, and by the way, if you do not have AI Tutor, you're going to need it to paste in all the code.
Exactly.
Because ChatGPT will not work. So if you don't have AI Tutor and you want to have AI Tutor and you want to be onboarded before next Wednesday, we can make that happen. But you need to... Cash Money Kev, can you do me a favor? Can you post your link that you post every ITT? That same thing that you put in the Jumbotron? So people can remember to use the ITT code. But yeah, so... What's really important about today, guys, is Gemini released their API, which means you can essentially go ham for 3 months. 2 months. Sorry, I lied. So for 2 months, you can go ham and you don't have to worry about paying no one. But after that, you will be responsible to pay your API bills. But what that means for now is that you can go build and create and not pay a dime. So you just hit get API key and it's that easy. So if you guys want to build with me today in this quick demo, please go get a key now. I posted it in the comments, which I don't see because Twitter sucks. But hopefully you guys do.
And also, I will add this project to the agenda. This is the Gemini chatbot, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, I will add this to the agenda for today so you guys can easily find this link.
Are we going to get restricted on locations on Gemini, Ross?
Yeah, use the VPN.
Also, something interesting I
Yep.
found out
Yeah.
too, Ross, just by looking this up. Well, this was random, but I didn't know this. But if you have a Google account, Google offers a free VPN as well. If you don't have, if somebody doesn't have a VPN,
Oh, that's true.
yeah,
If you have Google
Google
One.
One, it
Yeah.
offers a free. I saw that. I mean, I use Layer VPN, but if anybody doesn't have a VPN, doesn't really want to pay for one, if they already have Google One, you could utilize that.
That's true. So you all here? You see where I am? You got a key?
Yes, I got my key.
Okay. So what the key's gonna let you do is build out an application that's like for just like your own self. So for your brand or for your own self, you could build, and the limit here, guys, is groundbreaking. It is 1 million tokens. But again, they will charge you eventually. So right now, you're okay. So for this app that we built tonight, if you were to release it to all of your friends and be like, yo, look what I made, you're fine. You could spend hundreds of dollars an hour and no one's coming after you. But they will tell you when it's going to happen. But for now, you can build it. So we got our key. Now we're going to go back here and we're going to look. We're going to like learn a little bit. So, okay. I see like a bunch of stuff that I don't know. Like I actually don't know what's going on. But new vocabulary word. ENV. Who knows what that is? You get 5 fake points if you know what it is.
Environment.
Yes. What goes there?
Your
Anyone
framework.
know? No. But good guess. Any other
Super
ideas?
base.
Close. More direct. I need a real answer, not a general.
Is it the scaffolding, just in general, or no?
Not really. So, any other guesses? And by the way, guessing helps the learning process, guys. Interact. It's fun.
Your key?
Yes, Rosemary. Can you explain and elaborate for everyone? What do you mean by that?
That's where you put your API key.
Do you know why we do that? And why we put it there?
It's the place where everything starts the communication, right?
That's correct, but do you know why it's better there than directly in your code?
For protection?
Correct. So Rosemary is, nail on the head, 100% right. Does everyone understand this? If you don't understand this, like, speak up now. Because doing this wrong can, like, get you in trouble with whatever company you're interacting with. So you gotta be really careful. Does everyone understand? Now, if you look at my screen, there's a few things there. Can anyone tell me what's what? Anyone know? Anything? Just guess. You can guess. Who knows what's what? Anyone?
I
When you
see
say what's
Vercel.
what,
So I see line 2, line 5, line 8, 9, 10, 11. What are they?
Code.
But what do they
Oh,
want?
they want keys and values. Those
Keys.
are dynamic values. Yeah.
Oh, like keys we put in before
Right.
too. Got it. For the site.
So for the first one, for line 2, what goes there? Who knows?
your generative API
Yeah.
key?
What is that? Do we know what that is?
Your Google key. The
Yeah, that's your main key that we get from what we just created.
Right. Now, what's auth secret? Who knows? This is
oh
for 10 Ross
oh is it
points.
your
10 Ross points. It's a little harder. What do you think it is, Cordell? Just be wrong.
I know. I'm just saying. Well,
Like
well,
graceful.
I was thinking
Who
it's
cares?
just your secret agent. Well, your like your stripe. Well, I don't know. What's either your stripe key or no.
Is it like your
I
direct
like
key
that.
to
Well,
you?
That's where it's generated in Supabase.
Okay, so you're all wrong, but you're all
generate
close.
secret Vercel. So Vercel's the base. Vercel is where my GitHub stuff is at. So it needs my secret key.
Anyone have AI Tutor open right now? Because you're gonna need it. You're gonna need either AI Tutor or something comparable to get through the next part of this class and the regular class coming next week. So I want you to open AI Tutor or your favorite AI, and I want you to ask a simple question. What is a random secret open SSL? Who knows the answer? You guys have AI, no excuses. Let's go. I'll tell you what I tell my students. Start chatting.
Ross, can you not hover your mouse over the site name?
Smoke love, we can't hear you.
I moved it. He wants me to move the mouse. I got you.
And AI Tutor, it says it's still generating, but the secret for SSL, it says in the context of SSL/TLS, which are protocols used to secure communications over computer networks, a random secret.
Cool.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Now, Rosemary, follow-up question. Can you say I need to create a base 64 random secret? And just tell me what it says. We all need to learn, guys. And I don't know what the proper definition is, so that's why I'm having Rosemary use AI Tutor, because it will
You
know.
said I need to create a base. What was the rest of it?
Base 64
Uh-huh.
random open SSL secret.
Okay.
I got a part of it. So it's saying, all right, creating a base 64 random secret is like making a secret magic spell out of a mix of letters and numbers that only certain people can understand.
It
Since you're,
feels like
yeah,
a seed phrase for a crypto wallet.
yeah.
Kind of.
Since you're secure, I'll show you how to do all these things.
So
Not your
it's like
keys,
a
not your
is
crypto.
it's saying that imagine it's saying that your secret, it's like a secret clubhouse that you want to keep safe so that a secret code only. I don't get it. I guess just like a code
well,
for I'm confused.
well, if your Clubhouse is your app and it's telling you to secret code, what is it saying?
Oh, it's like the code to my clubhouse. Oh, like you put in the code going to. Oh,
Bingo.
I get it. I'm sorry. That's so simple. I was thinking it was so much. I was thinking it was so much
Guys,
more
this
harder than
is
this. It's so
so
simple.
simple. And that's why I'm telling you, use AI Tutor. It breaks things down really simple for you.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh my gosh, Cordell.
In this process, AI Tutor is going to be very helpful. I promise you.
Yeah, it actually is. It's good, especially if when you tell it to break it down, like you're a 5-year-old.
I love that it talks about magic spells. That's part of the training that I gave it. Because I told it that what we practice is open sorcery, the wizardry of the web.
I
So
love
it
that.
kind of draws from that. Yeah, which is
I'm
pretty
here for
cool.
that.
So, okay. Now we have a new problem. What in the good Lord is KV? Like, sweet God, what is that? So we're going to go to the README and like figure this out together. What is going on up in here? Okay. So, guess what? They don't tell you about it. How does that make us feel? They don't really go over it too much. I see one thing. This. What's that? Chat history. Rate limiting. Okay, what is going on? Who can tell me what that means? Anybody? Guys, don't make me talk to myself. Let's go.
So
What does
when you're
chat?
chatting with AI right now, it kind of saves your chat history forever, kind of like you did with AI Tutor, and I'm assuming that's token oriented. And then the session storage. So I guess that's meaning you're going to have some storage capability somewhere to house the chats.
Okay, that was really good. You get like 20 points. Does everyone understand what he just said? That is 100% correct. Now, who handles this? So we don't even have to click it. Who handles this, guys?
Vercel.
Also, can we bring Artie up, please? Is that possible? Or is it like full and that's why?
You can take me off as a speaker and bring Artie up.
Yeah, you guys can remove Alisher. Don't worry, he's still here helping in the background. Artie, how are you, sir?
Hey, I'm good. I'm good. I don't want to interrupt where we are, but I still have questions on the GitHub repository that I'll use ultimately.
No, give everyone like a 2-minute breather. Ask me your question.
Yeah. So, okay, I want to create a wellness app where people can have private conversations with an LLM, but I don't want it to go through, OpenAI or Google or anything like that. I want privacy for the people so that they can feel, so they can have vulnerable conversations with the LLM, so that they can have, like mental health kind of conversations without worrying about Google ultimately knowing. I mean, they probably will still know in some way, but without Google or any of these large corporations knowing exactly what's going on. And I'm just struggling to find what repository I would use for that.
Okay, so all of them, Artie. So basically, you get to make a decision. So as the builder of TSI and AI Tutor and Pixio, Alisher, myself, and Nick, we ultimately had a choice to make. Do we create an environment where everything is sent to OpenAI, Anthropic, all these companies? Or do we limit the back and forth? We chose to limit the back and forth. You can do the same thing. Just because it goes through OpenAI doesn't mean it has to actually live on their servers. It could happen on your servers. That's the beauty of what they built. So you could actually use any language model, right? And you don't have to report the data back immediately. You could just not report it. It's part of being a builder. You can make the choice. They tell you that if you use moderation, it's cheaper. So your calls are cheaper with every LLM when moderation is enabled. Your calls are more expensive when moderation is not enabled. But that also means it's private.
And I would say another thing to consider, especially with an app that deals with mental health, is that models like ChatGPT might not allow you to have certain conversations. So in that case, you want to go to some open source models, maybe something like Mistral, Mixtral, or Llama. And you can find those models on Replicate, or you can even run the model yourself on a computer.
And even if you don't have that kind of money to actually run it on Replicate, which is going to cost you hundreds of dollars a month, there's services that will put these models up for you and you could use them. And services like Local LLM can turn your graphics card into an LLM machine for your customers. So like if you have a GPU, you can use it. And if you don't, you can just use any of like if you use Mistral's API, they specifically have an option to send and train, and you could choose to do it or not. So I would just say any of these tools or any of these repos work because you can always change what model you're talking to. And just like you see on screen, what we're about to do is go over like how this is all happening. But like Vercel, for example, offers the Vercel AI SDK. And if you go look at it, it's like it supports Hugging Face, LangChain, and all open source models. I'm showing you on screen. So we're using something that can do all of that. So I would say build something that you know you can build, and then like you can change it later. Like who it talks to. If you look at the description in the model, it says OpenAI, Anthropic, Cohere, Hugging Face, or LangChain. LangChain, Hugging Face, Cohere are open source.
Can you show what repository this is again?
So the repository I'm at right now, I will share again. I just commented it on this space. You should see it. I'll actually just do it again and tag you. That's fine.
And to add on top of that, you could also use OpenRouter, which has just numerous models, whether open source or not.
Yeah, and we partnered with OpenRouter. So a lot of you people that have AI Tutor have seen the word OpenRouter, and you understand that OpenRouter means a ton of models when you add OpenRouter in AI Tutor.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, because the way I kind of envision it is somewhat like your plus in AI Tutor. It'll be a little bit different ultimately, but it's kind of that layout. If I could have people choose between the models like that, to some degree, that would be pretty cool too.
Yeah, you could do all of that, actually, like all those things. So
Hey Ross,
this do it.
did you link the API link?
Sarah, you're like late 5 minutes ago.
I
You
know,
already
I
have
know,
the.
I,
Yeah,
I
I
know.
sent it to you.
Okay, I'm trying to make sure and catch up on all of the DMs because they're behind the scenes. I'm like, wait, did you do that already? Okay, thank you.
You can also Google the Gemini API key and it'll take you right to it.
Yep.
There you go.
Affirmative. If you only knew how many balls are being toggled at this particular moment.
Hey, look, I'm down to help too in the background or catch people up or whatever. I'm down to help.
I
Anyway,
am so
hit me
proud
up,
of you,
anybody.
Bjorn. You have no idea how proud I am of you. All right, continue, Ross.
So let's say we are now here and we're like, okay, we need to do this thing. So what is this? Let's find out. Okay. Larry, I know you're excited. Larry's excited to see you guys. So serverless storage designed for the web. Okay. Yeah, who knows what this is? You already know the drill. You know I'm not moving unless you talk. Because this is interactive and you don't learn unless you talk and you physically experience it. So let's experience it, guys.
So
What does this mean to
I'm
you?
assuming that database or Supabase held kind of larger amounts of data than what we would be looking at for here. Like storing chats is really short lines of text. So it feels like this would be, like it says, serverless storage. For that type of storage, you wouldn't want to upload 10,000 PDFs to this service, probably.
Okay, that's half the answer. Anyone want to add to his answer? He's not wrong, but he's not 100% right.
Isn't KV a programming language, kind of like Rust and everything else like that?
So it's not a programming language in itself. It's something different. Anyone else have any ideas? I'm giving you some keywords right here on stream.
What is Redis? I ain't never seen that before.
Ooh, good question. Who can tell me what Redis is? Get to typing, guys. What is it? If it's a foreign word, we must figure out what the foreign word is, or we can't move forward.
This feels like a Rosetta Stone where it's going to read and write. This is very cool. I have to find out.
So did anyone use AI Tutor and say, can you please explain to me what Redis is like I'm 2 years old? Has anyone done this yet?
I
I'm
asked
looking at what Vercel KV is, but
Just ask what Redis is. Start there. What's Redis? I could tell you.
Redis and Vercel are two separate technologies, but they can be used together to build highly performative and scalable web applications.
This is true.
Redis is an in-memory data store that provides highly efficient way to store and retrieve data.
And bingo.
remote
Now can you say
dictionary
that again
server.
in English? Can we say this in English though? Not just like the fancy words. Who can break it down? What is it?
It says a remote dictionary server. So a place to store lots of information about your server?
Not about your server. What is the information?
Redis also provides other features such as messaging, queues, set operations, and analytics.
Which one of those are we using?
Wait a second. This is serverless.
Messaging.
Messaging, and yes, this is serverless. Now, Vercel KV is just a rebranded Redis. Let that sink in. Redis is open source, my friends. It's a GitHub repo that turned into a $1 billion organization. I forgot to add that part. So we need something called Vercel KV. Okay, well, we don't know what that is. So let's try to deploy it. So here we are, Vercel Labs Gemini chatbot, part of the templates. So you can go to templates, AI, and oh my God, customer reviews. This is so cool. Okay, next week. We'll do this next week. But guys, look, this is a repo, Morphic. I shared it today. I shared Gemini today. This I did not share today, but super cool. It takes all the reviews of your product and summarizes them for your new users to understand what kind of products you sell. Summarize with all your reviews. Okay, so we're gonna go here. So there's like a deploy button. So when you click this, there's like a few things that are gonna happen. First, it's going to tell you you're going to create a new GitHub and you're going to make it private. You don't have to make it private, but since it's going to have your data, I would, unless you want to open source it. So once you do this, you're going to hit create. After you hit create, you're going to have to do a few things. So who's on my screen right now? Because guess what? You don't actually need to code here. Vercel owns KV, and they're just going to put it in for you for free. So who's on this screen? And I am on my hobby account, which means it's the free account. I am not on the Tech and Schools Initiative account, which means you see what I see. Do you all see what I see? Who sees what I see? Who's on my screen? I don't see emojis, Sarah. So are people sleeping? Wake up.
Some are. Some the UK folks have had to call it quits because it's 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time and it's like 4 in the morning there. So you're
Okay.
losing
Well,
folks.
they're not here.
Yes, sir.
The people that are here, wake up.
I'm a little lost in exactly where you are.
Okay, I can like literally easily go back. So I'm right now on Vercel. I'm on the main website. I'm clicking this cool little gradient and I'm going to dashboard.
Hey, I can help there too. If people still got the GitHub up from the project, you can deploy straight from the GitHub project at the bottom and clone your repository right on. It takes you straight to that screen he was on.
That's true. And if you're on Vercel, you can just literally go to browse templates and choose the template that is this. And to see it, you got to hit AI and then you choose Gemini.
I'm still kind of lost. So I'm on Vercel, right? And then I just go to search repositories and projects, or where do I go?
So you're going to go to, from here, you're going to hit, like from your dashboard, you just hit browse templates right here.
That's
You can hit add project and then browse templates.
Yep.
Say that again.
So you want to hit add project. If you're on Vercel homepage, it's going to be in the top right. It's going to be a black button that probably has like a plus that says add project. Yeah.
I'm on a complete different page. I have to figure it out. It's just,
So
I see Sherry's 2024 projects and I'm trying to go to the homepage, but it just jumps to this and I'm not
You can
really
just
sure
go
where.
to vercel.com.
Okay.
vercel.com, and then the top right you have add new, and you're going to select project.
Yeah, it just keeps jumping back to yeah, I see. It's just not doing it. I don't know what's wrong, if I have to erase my cache or something.
Hey Sharon, do you
Take a
have the
screenshot.
GitHub? Do you still have the GitHub up from this
I do.
chatbot?
Yeah, I
You
do.
do. Scroll down, you'll see where it's got the white screen that you could click on and see what it is. Scroll down a little bit further, and you'll see a little black box with a triangle in it that says deploy.
On the Gemini chatbot, that's what you mean, right?
And on the GitHub page for the Gemini chatbot, scroll down. You remember where Ross was clicking in the env file?
Yeah, I got that.
Okay, scroll down into the information and you'll see a black box there with the Vercel logo in it that says deploy.
Okay, I'll do that.
If you click on that, it takes you straight to where you want to go. Make sure it's private and just click and then click continue.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, now I'm there where, where Ross is. Show me again where you were, Ross.
Create? Is that the word?
Yeah, right there,
so
create, yes.
Yeah, thanks so much.
You hit create.
Thank you.
And then when you do, you want to add the KV database. So you hit add. And then once you do that, you'll get to here. Here, you want to put your key, right? And you want to put a random number here. And then we're going to go over that random number next time we meet. But this is how you build. We haven't even downloaded anything. Our computer was never actually used. We've deployed from GitHub to Vercel and never opened it on the computer.
So
because that's the power that we have right now.
So we're clicking on create, right? Because I'm jumping through between different screens. I'm not that fast, but I clicked on
So you
create.
want to hit
Yeah,
create,
okay,
and then you want to hit add to the database,
perfect. Okay,
and then you want to put in your key.
let me go on advanced options. Or do I do that by database name? No, that stays, right?
Yeah, you can just hit next on
that's
database
right,
and
that's
get to here. You want to get to keys. Once you put your two keys in, which is your API key and a random numbers, you hit deploy, and then you build your first project from GitHub.
So I'm creating a KV database, right? And then, okay.
Yep. And then you hit
And then I
next.
hit connect, right?
Yep.
Okay.
It's going to do all the work for
Okay,
you.
there we
Awesome.
go. Thanks so much. Thank you.
Yeah, you're good, Sharon. We got you. So guys, I'm not going to deploy it because I already have one. You guys deploy it and share your link. You just built an app, a full stack app that can go inside your Stripe. And you can charge people for this inside your other app that we made, which we're going to connect next week.
Hey, Ross.
So we're not actually going to do any coding today.
Hey, Ross.
Unfortunately.
On
Yes.
my configure projects, underneath it, where it says name or where you're supposed to put your keys and stuff for at.
Got you.
My API,
Guys,
my API key is gonna be the key. Is gonna be the key from my
from Google.
Okay.
Google, yeah. And then random numbers in the other place.
So, but my Google, hold on.
Do we need to
And then we're
remember?
going to learn about everything.
Do we need to
Huh?
that secret auth secret? Do we need to remember what we put there?
No, good
Okay.
God. Just put random numbers, like 32 random
Okay.
numbers.
You will always be able to go back in settings in your project in Vercel and see it again.
Yeah.
So the other number is just a random number?
Wait.
But 32 of them, Sharon.
I don't get it.
So just type 32 numbers. Just type 1 1 3 3 7 6 6 4 5 5 3 2 1 1 until 32.
You can also just go and ask the AI, give me a string of 32 random numbers, 32.
Oh, that's good. Alice, you're swooping in. Ask the AI to give you 32 random string characters.
Okay, cool.
But where am I getting the Google generative AI key from? So
we already posted where you can get your API. You got to go there and just get a key.
Is it
It
on?
is
Oh,
Sarah will DM it
it
to
is
you.
aistudio.google.com.
Okay, there we go.
aistudio.google.com.
That's it.
Cordell, he tagged me and Kathleen in it too, so you can check also under that. Rosemary has her hand up, love, and then Bjorn also has a question, a quick one. Go ahead, Rosemary.
Okay, I got a little lost. I'm on the page where it says configure project Gemini dash chatbot. Um, that's what I see, and the big white deploy button. What's my next step? Because that's where I got confused.
There's three things. You gotta name it, connect the KV, put your keys, and hit deploy. So you should hit connect on where it says KV, and then it's gonna ask you for keys, and then you hit the deploy button. If it does not let you hit it, you got to do the step before.
I'm trying to look at where it says connect because I don't see that.
If you look on stream, the KV is right here. You have to hit create first, then you'll be able to connect. Did anyone build it, by the way?
Yeah, mine's live. I had a question about that.
Can you link it? Can I see it, please? Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So
What
it's
was your
obvious.
question?
So
There you go.
it's travel plan focused. If we wanted to change that, how would we go about it?
We're gonna learn that next week, but it's in the code.
Understood. I'll get to the bottom of that.
And
Promise you
you can
that.
Yeah,
also
you can go hunting and gathering and bring this into GitHub Desktop, bring it to your computer and run it locally, and start changing it to not be focused on an airplane.
I'm
and
all
now that
What
over
I
it.
everybody also has signed up for Gemini, you can actually go to aistudio.google.com, upload the whole project. So download it from GitHub, upload it to Gemini, and ask Gemini questions about your project.
This is true too.
Yeah, so mine's linked right now in the chat or in the bubble or in the purple
I'm gonna go
messages.
check it out. I gotta find it. Where is it? I hate this stupid
I
Twitter.
just posted mine too.
I'm so proud of you guys. You guys are doing so awesome. And the other thing too is that when it is posted in the purple bubble, it gets attached to the space. So folks that are listening in will be able to kind of follow breadcrumbs, and it really is a kindness. So if you do post those things, and also, we have a lot of folks that are watching, right? Whether it's from Vercel or Supabase or any of these other sites. And so, sometimes they can follow what normal everyday folks who do not have the training or anything else are doing. And it helps hone their skills too in terms of teaching. It's not just Ross and Nick and Alisher and learning how to communicate and teach other people. It's also these big companies, because a lot of times folks forget that when you're immersed in a specific kind of language or whatever, fill in the blank, we sometimes forget that outsiders have no idea what we're talking about, right? And so sometimes you have a rude awakening when you go in a group of people and they look at you with deer in the headlight look. Rosemary, go ahead, honey. I see your hand's up.
Yeah, I was gonna give up, but I'm just gonna be honest. I don't see what y'all see. I'm still stuck.
So
Take
listen,
a
just
screenshot.
don't even worry about it. Rosemary, just come tomorrow and we got you in the morning, 10 a.m.
Okay.
We'll fix you. Can you come 10 a.m. to the after party?
Is that Eastern or Central?
Eastern.
Okay, yeah, I'll be there.
So 10 to 11, we'll do one-on-one and help you. Me and Alisher. We got you.
Okay.
No worries.
And yeah,
I
what we're
promise.
going to go over is we're going to spend 10-15 minutes on the customer portal, maybe even less if most people get it. And then we're going to essentially relaunch this again.
Yeah, so anyone who had issues, we're doing this again in the morning at 10 a.m., but like fast, not like super slow. We're gonna like do it again from start to finish, launch this thing, and get it on Vercel to show you how you go from GitHub to Vercel. But one more time tomorrow.
Ross, you've got a couple hands, honey. We've got Artie first. Go ahead, ask your question, and then we'll go to Mr. E and then Sharon.
Yeah, when I hit deploy, it said there was an issue. We're working on it. And then I go to my projects, and the project says no production deployment. Should it say that?
No, I would say just redo
Okay.
it. It could have been a random Vercel glitch.
Okay.
Mr. E, go ahead, love.
I think this is super quick. On Vercel, I don't know how on the forked repository for Gemini that I forked to my GitHub, how to make that accessible to Vercel. It doesn't show up. I don't see where
You don't need to do that. You just got to go to add project, choose the template, choose templates, and then choose this template. And the reason is because when you fork it, that means that person gets to watch what you do.
Yep.
So like Vercel or whoever forks it, like publicly can see you build. By doing it this way, you create a private repository and nobody could see what you build.
Okay, so
So you want to do it.
delete the fork and do it.
You don't have to delete it. You can just leave it there.
Okay.
And you can just go into Vercel.
Yeah.
Go to add project, choose templates, choose AI, look for the one that looks like it has American Airlines on it, and then deploy it. That's it.
Okay, so go to browse all templates. I'll do it that way.
Say it again.
Mr. E, finish your sentence. It's always hard when people are talking at the same time. Go ahead and finish your sentence, and then the boys will jump in.
Yep, so go to the select the template, and then if I search for Gemini, I've got it right here. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, so to answer, the fork is more for projects that you will not find as a template.
And then
And
just
that
click
makes sense,
deploy.
actually. That actually makes sense, yeah. Sharon, you have your hand up. How are you doing? How are you faring? Go ahead.
I'm doing well, and I deployed. Now, I just want to understand the process, because when I'm thinking and working, I have trouble to understand what I'm actually doing. I just follow like a machine. So this project that I just deployed is separate from that subscription-based project, right? So I got two projects. Is that right or wrong?
Correct.
That's
Yep. And what you're going to do is merge them. So
exactly.
they
That's
have to
what.
pay for your
Okay,
thing
I understand.
to actually use it.
Perfect. Because that's what that would have been my next question. Do we merge that now? And is that the building? Is that how we do that? Is that the Redis thing? Is that how we do that? So we have building blocks within Vercel that we then can merge to our main project, so to say, or our foundation.
Yeah, so what you'll have to do in the next class is we're going to have to take the code from this app and bring it into the other app so that it could be one app doing two different things. One side takes payments, the other side grants user access to play with your AI.
Okay, cool. Thanks so much.
It's always so fun when it works. Cordell, go ahead, love. Cordell, you're on mute.
Oh, sorry. I was sending the version. What happened? I got the same thing I think that Artie got, which it gave me this like error, Vercel error. But so I went back and it still says Gemini AI chatbot, but it says no product deployment. So I'm not exactly sure what that is, but I think that maybe Russ said wait till tomorrow. But
Yeah, so you might have had an issue or you're using the fork and not the template. Just are you available to come tomorrow? It's really important that if you're able to come, we can fix it
yeah,
for
I
you.
could see I can try tomorrow morning and see if I can move some stuff around.
10 o'clock, come first thing, and we got you. And you could fix your
So
problem and leave.
nine my time. Is that
9 your time. With 10 a.m. Eastern Standard, we go live with a recap.
let's see if I can.
And doing this one more time.
Okay, I think I might be able to swing that. Maybe. Okay, thank you.
I mean, if you really can't swing it, Cordell, you already know. Just DM me, dude. I got you.
Ross, even though I might have finished this and done this correctly, can I just come too, just to watch or just be part of it, just to go through it again?
Yeah.
That would be great.
You should come hang out in the morning, get your coffee, and do it again.
Okay.
And you can learn more.
Yeah, thank you.
And yeah, guys, this is going to be available publicly. Anybody can come. This is going to be on X Spaces, and we're also going to have a live stream.
Artie, go ahead.
Yeah, so I deleted my project, the old one, and then I'm trying to create this new one, and it's telling me that I reached my limit of one of the VC. types. Is that just a matter of waiting a little while?
Yeah, no, this is real. No, that's real. So what's happening is you have to go to Vercel storage and like delete your VK storage because you already get your free one. You used it. You want more? Upgrade. Give them $20 a month and you'll have unlimited everything. But Vercel is not just like a free for all. It's a free for a little bit. So it's free, but if you make more databases, it's not free. So you already have one. Go find storage and delete your database and you're good to go.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right, so we have Bjorn free, and then we have Mr. E. Go ahead, Bjorn.
So if I wanted to jump out there tonight and the rest of the week, I'm assuming I would push this to my desktop, open in VS Code, and then get busy with AI Tutor and changing the Gemini chatbot's personality. And then even if I wanted to go further, since they're both in Next.js, I'm only assuming that AI Tutor would even help me begin to merge those, so I could possibly even change the personality and set up the portal and my products to play with it following that path. And that was like last week's lesson, right?
Yep, and yes to what you just said. So AI Tutor can definitely do all of those things in the meantime between now and next Wednesday. And you could arrive at the beginning of next class ready for the next thing and already have done the part we're going to do in the beginning. And maybe you can even refine it and learn new things about how to communicate and code with the bots to make them more sort of like fall into the role play and environment that you are creating. But yeah, you could do all that, and AI Tutor will absolutely handle that completely, and we'll do the merge process for you. And if you do have an issue, feel free to shoot me a DM, and we'll hop on a Calendly, and I'll show you how you can begin to use AI Tutor to start merging these files together.
The man, thank you.
I love that. Mr. E, go ahead.
I was creating the secret key. I know you just said you could type random numbers, but I did like just a command line. I asked the AI for a few different commands. So I used the OpenSSL one with a random hex 32, but it's 64 characters long. Did you say 32 characters long?
Yeah, so we want 32 for this code, so you can do the same command, just not 64, 32. And you definitely get 10 Ross points for doing what we're about to do next class, where I introduce when we're like building code, how you could have generated this with a simple command. I applaud you, my friend, for going the extra mile and taking the extra step, because all those extra steps only help you. So thank you for helping yourself, because
Cool, and
that's why we do
I can
this.
just take the 64 one long and take the first half of it, right?
Of course you
I'm in
can.
business.
We're
All right,
developers. We do
we're
whatever we
going.
want.
Thank you.
Oh, go ahead, Sarah. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, I didn't mean to take off mic. I just kind of giggle in the background. Go ahead, Sharon.
I just wanted to ask you, Ross, is what with AI Tutor, because you have a couple of different subscriptions, which one should I choose?
So the one you want for like coding is going to be premium because it has everything. So you'll get 150 language models and the beam feature, which means over between 2 and 8 language models can help you with code at the same time. Can you imagine if 8 of the smartest people in the world helped code your platform
This is really
at the same
crazy.
time?
Yeah, this is crazy. I mean, I can actually then cancel because the only thing that's keeping me with ChatGPT is just the vision and that I can upload documents. I can do all of that.
Yeah, you could do all that in AI Tutor. We have vision bots, open source vision bots, Gemini Vision, OpenAI Vision, literally every bot in the whole world. And then I'll teach you how to use everything the way I use it, and you can begin to create your own workflow using multiple different AIs.
Yeah, I think I'm going to switch because I don't really need. I have too many. I'm Gemini, I'm using Gemini and ChatGPT, so I can cancel both of them.
Crazy is you get more than that. You'll get Gemini, ChatGPT, Anthropic, Mistral, and 100 other LLMs available.
Yeah.
And it's unlimited tokens, so we don't even have a token count. There's no little number going down. We'll never stop you in the middle of your coding. Never, ever,
Oh,
ever.
that's so cool. Yeah, I'm going to switch. Definitely, for sure.
It's so worth it because if you add up all the subscriptions, you're paying so much more, and you don't have to.
So I've already completed 2 projects in AI Tutor. I just haven't brought them up here, and they haven't been but one was an HTML and CSS project, which we're not doing at all here. And the other one had a little bit of Tailwind in it, but AI Tutor, I didn't really need to know nothing. You can literally tell it to tell me where to paste it on what line of the code. I mean, it's wild.
Yeah, and Sharon, if you are wanting to get AI Tutor, I urge you, as soon as you get it, like DM me. I will get you into onboarding sooner than my Calendly, so you can like get in there quicker. Because my Calendly is kind of like insane right now. Because literally in the last few days, over 40 people have signed up,
Oh, yeah. Cool.
which is
Yeah,
crazy.
I'm definitely going to do this. I don't know if I'm ready to do this tonight because I'm so tired. I need to take the dogs out, but I'm going to do it tomorrow latest for sure. And I'll let you know as soon as I do it. Thanks so much.
Yeah, of course. You know, we created these tools to increase access for people like you that want to just like build and not have to deal with like 40 messages and you have to stop talking. I can't tell you how many people literally get AI Tutor and they're like, something's wrong. I'm like, what's wrong? They're like, it's not stopping. I'm like, what's the problem then? Are you complaining? And they're like, no, I just want to make sure it's okay. I'm like, it's okay, working as intended. It's crazy.
And you also,
Any other
yeah, I
questions?
just wanted to ask, you also have agents, right? I can build, right? Isn't there, or,
Yeah, so not only can you build like GPTs, but you can put GPTs on other people's websites and charge them
oh,
for it.
cool. That's wonderful.
So I want to reiterate, well, not reiterate, but tell you guys one thing. We're gonna end like in the next 5 minutes. We did a lot today, and don't think because you didn't code, like we didn't do anything. We increased knowledge. We got educated today. We learned vocabulary. We learned about GitHub deployment, and we learned about free APIs that are large language models with billion-dollar companies. And next week, we're actually going to start splicing these two technologies together. So our Stripe dashboard SaaS thing with an actual app. Now, you don't have to use Gemini. So by next week, you better have something you're going to use. I gave you a lot of ideas and a lot of good things that you could use. If you do choose Gemini, Godspeed. It's going to work for sure because I built it twice already. And it's going to be awesome because you can make it do things for your app. So just to frame it before we end, let's say you create appointments with Calendly and you have a link. Well, what if your bot can have all that in generative UI, like airline tickets? And then it could sell your course after they book an appointment or before. Imagine, just imagine. And so if you have any questions, now's your like last
I think we
call
have
for
one more
questioning.
question, last one, and then we'll leave all the other goodies till tomorrow morning for the night after space. Mr. E, what do you got for us, my friend?
Just the last thing on the private thing, it had given me the error that said I have to push it to main. So what's the final step?
So I'm guessing you might have skipped one of the steps. So I'll urge you to come tomorrow morning if possible. We're going to start from beginning to end, like
Alrighty.
from 0 to launched on a URL. And you'll be able to suss out any of the things you missed or mistakes you made. Because though you may have made a mistake, you definitely learned a ton. And it doesn't mean just because it's not live like some other students tonight that you didn't succeed. Like succeeding is understanding, not completion. And that's why it's important that during this process, not only do you guys show up, but you guys are repeat offenders. Like you have to come back. You have to continue the good fight. And if you can't survive these 6 weeks, you definitely don't have what it takes to build software and launch to thousands of users. So if this space is like, I can't survive this, then that's a good like reality check that maybe you're not building software and it's not what you want to do. But if you're here and you're excited and you could actually not even care about what's going on, if you fail or not, then let me tell you, you're in the right place. And we got your back, and you don't have to feel stressed out. And the idea that you want to be here, we're going to make sure you succeed. But just keep in mind, if you're feeling stressed out, don't get stressed out. Don't like freak out. If you hate this, that's okay. Maybe you learned that because of this and you don't want to be a software engineer. But if you're empowered and you're excited, then we're ready to see you next week to progress your education and move you to the next phase of building a SaaS from idea to impact.
Let's go. This has been so cool. I can't believe we're getting to that Wednesday
I
of
just
the
wanted to
week.
say thank you before we close out. Appreciate all of your
Or
effort and
Rosemary, you
what you're
got it.
doing. And I look forward to me and Cordell being in tutoring again together in the morning, bright and early. And
Look,
again,
okay, Rosemary, look, you look,
we stay in tutoring.
we stay in tutoring, okay?
I laughed so hard when you didn't get it either. I was like, we finna be in tutoring in the morning again. But anyways, y'all, I really appreciate you, Josh, everybody who is a part of making this come together. Frustrated or not, happy, sad, all the emotions. Is an honor to see Sharon and everybody just dedicated because we are really building some and learning some epic things, stuff that people would love to know. So I don't take your presence and your dedication, Ross, lightly. And I'll yield there. Thank you for letting me speak.
No problem. Rosemary, thank you so much for coming into the room. It is so cool to see so many people growing and building in real time. And I was saying we're getting to that Wednesday mark in the week, right? It's like it's Wednesday in the space. You guys just got done with the third session of 6, and you should pat yourselves on the back. It is just an incredible feat. And big shout out to the tech team. I want to say real quick, folks, if you're working on a project like Bajorn, if you're working on these ideas, at some point you're going to need to pitch these ideas if you want to launch them to thousands of people, if you want to be in a room informing people about it, if you want to get collaborators. So the ITT, part of that is to help iron sharpen iron, which means some of you should be showing up to pitch your products. You should be showing up, figuring out how you can concisely communicate the value of what they are. So I want to encourage you guys, on the ITT site, there's the apply to pitch section. Go on over there. It's a couple questions. It takes like 30 seconds to fill out. You can even choose an ITT date that's like a couple weeks down the line, but come and tell us what you're working on and use this as an opportunity to take the project even further. When you're going from idea to impact, certainly these MVPs that we have are going to be incredible, but learning how to come full circle with the communication that you have, learning how to lift more folks and inspire them to rally behind your idea or purchase it is going to be important. So don't forget to sign up for 60-second pitches on the website. This has been like incredible. We're 3 weeks of the way through. We've been doing this for about 15 hours so far, guys, and that is absolutely incredible. I think this whole idea that collaboration is the new currency is coming to life in this space like every single minute. And thank you to Nick and Alisher and Ross for all of the knowledge they're putting on the table right now. Everybody is just like growing yards, including myself, Cash Money, Mattia. I know that our team is just incredibly stoked to be learning with you guys. So this is awesome. Sarah, you have been amazing during these spaces, absolutely crushing it. All in all, I mean, you're a teacher, you're a friend, you're a supporter, you're somebody who can challenge our thinking. You're so many amazing things. If there's any last thoughts that you have on building a SaaS from idea to impact, this is week number 3. I mean, any thoughts for all these amazing students before we wrap up shop here?
It's interesting. We're saying it's a SaaS, software as a service, but really it's our own mind that is the computer that we're kind of molding and creating to do something, to serve other people, and to meet those pain points in whatever it is that we're building. I always think that that's something really profound when you think about how the human process, the human brain processes these things. I hope that each and every one of you that showed up today realize this is not blowing smoke up your skirt. This is a big deal. To pay for this kind of information, you could have to pay a truckload of money to have a university class like this, or, have a one-on-one tutor. Much of the stuff that we're learning, especially when it comes to AI specifically, you can't get in a textbook. If you have kids that are in college right now, they're not learning this stuff yet. You are on the forefront of an emerging technology. And, we don't have all the answers. None of us do. But the fact that you would show up is a huge testament to not only your own resilience and your flexibility, adaptability. You're going to need those kinds of skills, those soft skills, like we are talking about a SaaS, software, soft skills that, are preparing you for a new age. We were talking about being literate in the next age, this next iteration. Being literate in that next iteration means having a fluidity of not just AI tools, but the idea of collaborating side by side with an AI, constantly going back and forth between, let's say, AI tutor and, sussing out what these things mean. It's a powerful thing.